Good evening. This is a book reading by Citizen Zero of India for Vol.1 audiobooks. This evening, on Wednesday, January 22nd, Tuesday, January 21st. We continue with our reading from A History of India, Vol.1 by Professor Romila Thapar, with Chapter 12. Thank our listeners for tuning in. Just a reminder that these Voxelogy audiobooks and Citizen Zero book recordings are made for the benefit of children, the reading disabled, the blind, everyone else interested in our selection of recorded books. It's a volunteering project for the purpose of improving literacy in India and other parts of the world, where books or podcasts and recordings may be available. So yeah, we'll continue today with the History of India, Vol.1. Chapter 12. The realignment of regional kingdoms. AD 1200 to 1526. The successful campaigns of Mahmud of Ghazni and Muhammad Ghori introduced a new political factor into the Indian subcontinent, for they initiated the rule of the Turks and the Afghans. There was an awareness that an entirely new force had arrived on the Indian scene, but there was hardly any curiosity about it. That the conquerors would supersede the indigenous rulers in the political sphere was acknowledged. The wider implications, such as the likelihood that the newcomers would alter and modify pattern of Indian culture, was not at first clearly realized. The Turks and the Afghans concentrated on establishing themselves in the region of Delhi, from where they ruled. Delhi had a strategic position, allowing access both to the Ganges Valley and to central and western India. Chauhan resistance to the Turks came from this region, and Delhi was associated in their minds with the core of resistance. In addition, Delhi was a convenient point on the route from Afghanistan. The Turkish rule from Delhi is referred to as the Delhi Sultanate, and this phrase is often applied to the history of northern India in general, from the 13th to the 16th centuries. It is convenient, though not strictly applicable, since it conveys the impression of a unified kingdom stretching right across northern India, which was not the case. Although the Sultanate was certainly the dominant political factor there at the time. The initial impact of Turkish and Afghan rule came in other parts of northern India: Gujarat, Malwa, Jaunpur, Bengal, and the northern Deccan, where the influence of Islamic culture on existing Indian culture found a freer field. The court at Delhi in the early stages kept aloof from the indigenous life in an attempt to preserve its dignity. It was kept in being by transfusions not of indigenous blood, but of immigrants from various parts of Central and Western Asia: Mongols, Afghans, Turks, Persians, and Arabs, and even Abyssinians, adventurers and fortune seekers who either established themselves in the upper administrative ranks of the Sultanate and on occasion usurped the throne, or who, after making their fortunes, returned home. In the latter part of this period, the Sultanate was reduced to a status almost of a provincial kingdom. In the early stages, the Delhi Sultans certainly envisaged establishing an empire embracing all of India. Expeditions were constantly organized and campaigns launched in all directions. The Deccan proved to be the biggest obstacle, and it was the Sultanate's failure to hold the Deccan that led to their reluctantly abandoning the idea of empire. It was only when this aim was finally abandoned that the provincial monarchies could assert their political independence. But the idea was never forgotten by Delhi sultans and was revived on the coming of the Mughals in the 16th century, when empire became a reality. In the general rivalry for power, the Sultanate emerged as a decisive factor, attempting as it did to prevent the rise of regional powers. With its preeminent position, the court at Delhi attracted many political thinkers and writers. Consequently, there is enough literature on the working of the Sultanate to provide useful information about the political institutions and practices. These, as they evolved under the Sultanate, were not merely lifted from the classical Muslim traditions in Arab and Persian writings. Much was based on practical expediency and was a response to Indian conditions. Political and administrative patterns evolved under the Sultanate, therefore, closely resembled those existing in regional monarchies ruled by Turks and Afghans. The works of chroniclers and poets attached to the court at Delhi provide the main source of information on the history of the Sultanate, but their concern was mainly with the court, and particularly with the Sultan, and little is said about the life outside this narrow circle. Many writers were dependent on the patronage of the ruler and cannot be regarded as disinterested commentators on the Sultanate politics. They had as models the historical writings of scholars from the Islamic world. And although they regarded historical events as subordinate to religion, not all of them explain these events purely in terms of the will of Allah, which, judging by the works of the chronicler Barani, appears to have been the most usual interpretation. Barani, however, belonged to an age when it was thought that God had forsaken the sultanate owing to the eccentricities of some of the sultans. Other historians, such as Amir Khusro, Isani, and Afif, were less severe in their judgments. Fortunately, the chroniclers of the time are not the only source of information. Incidental references to this period in other literary works, including those of the post-Sultanate period, such as the works of the Firishta and Badauni, and also Sufi literature, supplement their chronicles. The accounts of the travelers who visited India during these centuries are more objective. Of these, the best known is Ibn Battuta, a North African Arab who was in India from 1333 to 1346 AD. For a while, he worked as a judge for the Sultan, after which he was sent on a mission to China. He returned to North Africa in 1348 and set out to explore the river Niger, which also took him to Timbuktu. He kept a detailed account of all he did, including his years in India, which makes fascinating reading since he was an adventurer in both personal and public matters. Life came to him in exciting installments involving bandits, shipwrecks, high offices, and innumerable wives. Some of the Arab geographers and merchants collected information on the countries which interested them and with which they traded without actually visiting them, and India was one of these. Later, various European travelers, for example, Marco Polo and Athanasius Nicotin, also visited India in search of gold and adventure. They tended to confine themselves to the coastal areas of the Peninsular Kingdom and recorded little of any significance on the northern states, as was also the case with the writings of Abdur Razak, the ambassador from Samarkand at the Bahmani court. On the death of Muhammad Ghuri in 1206 AD, his general Qutbuddin Aibak declared himself Sultan over Muhammad's Indian possessions. The significance of this was that the Sultanate came to be regarded as an Indian state and not an extension of an Afghan kingdom. But the Turks in India felt themselves insecure since they feared the possibility of a Rajput confederation against them, which strangely never materialized. Nor did their divided loyalty make for security, The ruler of Ghazni made no secret of his wish to annex Punjab, a move which Qutbuddin tried to thwart by moving his capital to Lahore. Closer to Afghanistan than was Delhi. But the Turkish nobles at Delhi, the Delhi faction, proved stronger than any other group, and on the death of Qutbuddin, they selected his son-in-law, Iltutmish, as Sultan, and the government moved to Delhi. Iltutmish realized that if anything was to be saved of the Turkish possessions in India, he would have to strengthen the Sultanate and prevent the Turkish nobles from breaking away and founding independent principalities. By 1220 AD, he had established the northern frontier of the Sultanate along the Indus River and had imposed his authority on the nobles. But by now, the Rajputs had bestirred themselves and recovered the famous fort at Ranthambore, which they had earlier lost to the Turks. Iltutmish began a campaign against the Rajputs, the first of the many inconclusive campaigns which the Turks and the Rajputs were to fight. The northern frontier may have been secure against the Ghaznavids, but it was not respected by the Mongols, who had by now moved far afield from their homeland in Central Asia. Through a series of raids between 1229 and 1241 AD, they gained control of western Punjab, and Iltutmish was powerless to stop them. Iltutmish. On the death of Iltutmish, intrigue amongst the Turks increased. Although there was on the death of Iltutmish, intrigue amongst the Turks increased, although there was a stable but brief interlude when his daughter Razia was on the throne. A contemporary historian, Siraj, wrote, quote, Sultana Razia was a great monarch. She was wise, just, and generous, a benefactor to her kingdom, a dispenser of justice, the protector of her subjects, and the leader of her armies. She was endowed with all qualities befitting a king, but she was not born of the right sex. And so, in the estimation of men, all these virtues were worthless. End quote. She was resented both for being a woman and for keeping the control of the realm to herself, and was finally murdered. Court intrigue continued unabated until the emergence of Vol.1, who rose from minister to become sultan in 1265. The necessity of the moment was an iron-willed king. If the sultanate was to survive as a political entity, the nobles were only too eager to break away, particularly those in the outlying parts of the sultanate. The smaller Rajput chiefs and local leaders had discovered the effectiveness of guerrilla tactics. To harass the Sultan's armies. This necessitated punitive expeditions which were costly and often disastrous, but the armies were required to go into unfamiliar territory. The presence of the Mongols, who remained in the Punjab until about 1270, meant that the access to Afghanistan was cut off. The presence of the Mongols, who remained in the Punjab until about 1270, meant that the access to Afghanistan was cut off. It was now imperative that the Turkish power in India be consolidated, and this was to be Balban's achievement. He put down rebellions with determination and severity, and in potentially troublesome areas settled groups of soldier farmers who were both informers and checks on local administration. Administrative procedures were made uniform and systematic. The preeminent position of the Turk, racially and politically, was stressed even to the point of excluding Indian Muslims from the positions of political authority. Turkish solidarity was emphasized in an attempt to end intrigue and to direct loyalty to the symbol of Turkish power, the office of the Sultan. The Delhi Sultanate survived, although Balban did not found a dynasty. Another group of Turks, the Khaljis, came to power in 1290. The Khaljis used their Afghan descent to win the loyalties of the discontented Afghan nobles, who felt that they had been neglected by the earlier sultans. The Khaljis were also in favor of giving high office to Indian Muslims, and to this extent reversed the policy of Balban. The new dynasty had its vicissitudes in the way of rebellions and campaigns against the Rajputs and Mongols, but the foundation of the Sultanate had been soundly laid by Balban, and the Khaljis were merely to strengthen it by entrenching themselves more firmly. The aged Khalji Sultan had an ambitious nephew, Alauddin, who had campaigned successfully in eastern India and the Deccan. In 1296, he attacked the city of Devagiri, still in the hands of the Yadavas. The Yadava king capitulated and paid a vast amount of gold to Alauddin as a part of the treaty. Alauddin returned to the north, had the Sultan assassinated, and was proclaimed Sultan, having bought the loyalty of the nobles with the Yadava gold. The reign of Alauddin marks the highest point of the Sultanate's political power, both in terms of the area of the kingdom and the power of the Sultan. With regards to the latter, his policy displayed an independence of opinion which is almost unique amongst the rulers of the Sultanate. Iltutmish had received a robe of honor from the Caliph at Baghdad. This was no mere gesture, for although the Caliph had little or nothing to do with the Sultanate, he was nevertheless the temporal head of Islam, and all other kings were his vassals. The Delhi Sultanate was therefore technically a viceroy of the Caliph. In practice, the Sultan's sovereignty was absolute. He was the supreme judicial authority, subject only to the tenets of the Sharia, the holy law of Islam. The Sharia, drawn up for a different country and a different era, was not always the most suitable law for the Indian conditions. So, minor modifications were permitted by theologians, provided they received their sanction. Thus, if the Sultan had the support of the theologians, there was theoretically no one to challenge his position. But he was in fact challenged from another quarter by his nobles and the vassals. With the establishment of the Sultanate, the question of land revenue had to be examined, this being the basis of the income of the state. Revenue from the land and availability of troops were recognized as being interrelated and indispensable to the Sultanate. Land tenure under the Sultanate was not significantly different from what had existed before, although it was a combination of the ideas current in the Islamic system and the actual institution as functioning in India. The Sharia permits rulers an income from 4 different sources: tax on agricultural produce, the tax on non-Muslims, 1/5 of the booty captured in battles against infidels, and finally an additional tax paid by the Muslims to be used for the benefit of the Muslim community. Particularly in regional charity. The tax on agricultural produce was a regular income for the Sultanate, usually being 1/5 of the produce, that was sometimes raised to a half. This was by far the largest source of income. The levying of the jizya, the tax on non-Muslims, varied according to the whim of the Sultan and was not counted as a major source of income. Theoretically, many categories of persons were exempt, although the exceptions were variable. Often the tax was used as a legitimate means of increasing the revenue and not necessarily with the intention of persecuting the non-Muslim population. A jizya paying citizen would cease to pay tax on conversion to Islam. Thus, increasing conversions could lead to a loss of revenue. The sultans, therefore, may not have been too eager to encourage large-scale conversions. The jizya was levied theoretically mainly on the urban professions and the artisans, whereas obtaining the same amount by increasing the land tax, which had resulted in a future depression of the peasantry. The special tax from the Muslims was similarly dependent on the Sultan's will. The share of the spoils of war was usually exceeded, and the Sultan often took as much as 4/5 for himself. The further source of income was customs and important dues on articles of trade, ranging from 2.5% to 10% to the value of the articles. The Sultan was the Sultanate was divided into provinces, under each under a governor, generally termed Mukti, who was responsible for the administration of the province and the collection of revenue from those peasants who paid their tax directly to the state. The appointment of the Mukti was not permanent. He was liable to be transferred to any part of the kingdom if the Sultan so wished. A fixed share of the revenue constituted his salary, the rest being remitted to the Sultan. From the share which he received, the Muktis were required to maintain a quota of horse and foot soldiers to be at the Sultan's disposal. The Mukti was assisted by officials mainly concerned with the assessment and collection of revenue. In addition to the revenue raised by Muktis, the Sultan was entitled to the income from the Khalsa or crown lands. These were reserved for the needs of the Sultan and were administered directly by the revenue department. The bulk of the land was still available to the Sultan to grant or assign to his officers as rewards for services rendered or in lieu of cash salaries. This was known as the Iqta or the land grant system, and was in many respects similar to the agrarian system prevalent in the northern India in the pre-Sultanate period. The Iqta could vary in extent from a village to a province, and there were many categories, the most common being those given in lieu of cash salaries. As in the previous system, land itself was not granted, but only the revenue from it. The continuance of the assignment depended on the will of the Sultan, since none of the Iqtas could be treated as hereditary property. There was some farming out of land where an officer administering an area undertook to pay a fixed annual sum to the Sultanate, irrespective of the amount he might have collected in revenue. This system was open to abuse if the officer was unscrupulous. Existing grants of lands made by the Sultanate rulers were not generally tampered with unless the borders offended the Sultan, unless the holder offended the Sultan, as for instance by inciting rebellion, which was not infrequent. The Iqta system was sufficiently elastic to permit the incorporation of existing smaller chieftains and holders into the new administration. The Muktis and the Iqta holders had to provide soldiers for the Sultan, that is to say, they had to recruit them from the peasants. The army of the Sultanate was composed of a variety of troops. The Sultan's standing army consisted of his bodyguard, often scheduled from his personal slaves, and several other regiments, some in the capital, others posted to the forts and garrisons along the frontier. Soldiers in the standing army were either paid cash salaries or given small iqtas. The levies maintained by the Muktis and the Iqta holders outnumbered the standing army. They were ironically loyal to the Sultan, but tended to be independent and sometimes loyal to the Mukti. Such was the framework of the state which Alauddin inherited. That he was confident of his authority is clear from the changes which he made in the agrarian system, Designed to strengthen the position of the Sultan at the expense of the Ikta holders. He took the bold step of revoking all grants made by previous sultans, whether of gifts, property rights, pensions, or religious endowments. Land was reassessed, which was in any case necessary at intervals as to ascertain any increase or decrease in produce, and fresh grants were made. The revoking of earlier grants underlined the fact that an ikta was not a permanent right. The state's share of the revenues was increased to one half of the produce and no concessions were permitted. In addition, a grazing tax was imposed in areas where the village supplemented its income by keeping animals. Assessment was calculated on the basis of average yields from a particular area, which was reasonable in years when the harvest was good, but a poor harvest brought great hardships upon the cultivator. Aladdin's aim was to ensure the surplus income went to the treasury, not to the ikta holders, who were not permitted to levy any additional cesses as a source of income. In an effort to diminish the possibility of the nobles becoming active forces of opposition, he banned the drinking of intoxicants, since convivial gatherings could become the foci of rebellion. The Sultan's permission was necessary before a marriage could be arranged among the members of the nobility, presumably to prevent marriage alliances of a political nature. Not unnaturally, efficient espionage was essential to make this policy effective. The increased income was necessary to build up military strength. To meet the threat of invasions by the Mongols and the Rajputs, and the strain of the campaigns in the Deccan, required a large standing army, which could only be maintained if there was enough surplus revenue. Fearing that his agrarian tax policy would create problems, Aladdin tried to introduce price controls covering almost the entire market. Grain was rationed and the price fixed. A restriction was placed on the sale and purchase of high quality cloth. But this control was effective only in the areas in and around Delhi, where the transport supply and the price of goods could be checked and defaulters punished. The Mongols continually threatened northern India, harassing the Sultanate until 1306, when domestic troubles in Transoxiana caused the return to Central Asia. Meanwhile, Aladdin had campaigned in Gujarat and Malwa and had captured two important Rajput forts at Ranthambore and Chittor, and had mounted an expedition to the south, though this had been unsuccessful. He still dreamed of bringing the peninsula under the Sultanate. Another expedition was sent under one of his officers, Malik Kafur, a handsome Hindu convert from Gujarat, and this was extremely successful. The peninsula awoke to the existence of a new power in northern India. Malik Kafur attacked in every direction and concluded his expedition with a series of peace treaties. He had even attacked the city of Madurai, the seat of the Pandyas, and this was more than any other northern ruler could claim. It seemed that Alauddin was in the process of building a stable empire, when his plans were wrecked by the intrigues in the northern kingdoms. The dream of empire began to fade as Gujarat and Chittor and Devagiri broke away from the Sultanate. Alauddin died a disappointed man in 1316. Kings followed in quick succession in the next 4 years, the last of whom was a low-caste Hindu convert who had risen to be the favorite of the Sultan, whom he eventually killed to usurp his throne. The chroniclers make much of his low-caste origin, which theoretically should have not been of any consequence in the allegedly egalitarian Islamic society. Both his Indian origin and his low caste status were exploited by a Turkish family in successfully organizing a revolt against him. Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, the warden of the marches in the north, led the revolt, and in 1320 he proclaimed himself Sultan of Delhi and founded the Tughlaq line. The new Sultan had similar political ambitions to those of Alauddin, and his campaigns in Warangal, Orissa, and Bengal revived the dream of empire, but his economic policy was not consistent with his political ambition. The measures taken by Alauddin were either rescinded or relaxed. Price controls were removed, the land tax was lowered, and the Ikta holders were permitted their earlier perquisites in form of a variety of taxes. The only check on the Ikta holders was a dubious one: the provincial governors, who may well have connived with them. Gradually, the power slipped back into the hands of the nobles. The successor of Ghiyasuddin was Muhammad bin Tughlaq, a rather controversial figure, some historians considering him mad owing to the unconventional nature of his actions. Yet, although his policies did on occasion border on the fantastic, there was some logic behind them. Muhammad, perhaps inspired by the ideas of Alauddin, also thought in terms of an India-wide empire. Added to this was his desire to lead an expedition to Khorasan in Central Asia. His economic policy was therefore based on these ambitions. His first step was to increase the revenue imposed on the Doab, the fertile region between Yamuna and Ganges rivers. But this time the peasants refused to acquiesce, as they had done when Alauddin had raised the tax, and showed their resentment by a widespread rebellion, which had to be suppressed, and the taxation policy was revised. Unhappily for Muhammad, this coincided with a famine in the Doab. Muhammad's next step, and it seemed a fairly rational one, since the northern Deccan was under the Sultanate, was to establish a new capital further south, closer to the southern provinces and to the southern kingdoms which the Sultanate wished to annex. Consequently, the court was ordered to move to Daulatabad, the old Devagiri of the Yadavas, which it did during the years 1327 to 1330. Had the transfer involved merely the court, it would have been feasible. But Muhammad had just said to have tried to move the entire population of Delhi. In this, he was unsuccessful. Luckily, since Daulatabad was found to be unsuitable, and eventually the court returned to Delhi. Meanwhile, other troubles accumulated. The fort at Chittor was retaken by the Rajputs. The governor of Bengal revolted, and the Mongols plundered Sindh and had to be bought off. Having tackled these problems, Muhammad returned to the idea of an expedition to Central Asia. But for this, yet more money was needed. It was then that the Sultan thought of issuing token currency in brass and copper. Perhaps he had heard of the monetary systems prevalent in Persia and China, where token currency was in use. This new idea might have solved some of his financial problems. But unfortunately, he failed to maintain a check on the mining of tokens. The result was financial chaos, with traders producing faked tokens in abundance. Sadly, the Khorasan expedition had to be abandoned. Instead, Muhammad contented himself with a small campaign in the hills of Kangra in the Himalayan region. This was not totally purposeless, for the hill chiefs often harbored rebels from the plains, and the Kangra expedition served as a warning to them. The transfer of the capital back to Delhi from Daulatabad was in a sense symbolic. Alauddin had realized that the Sultanate could never hope to conquer the whole peninsula, and that therefore the best possible arrangement was that the kingdoms of the south, although outside the boundaries of the Sultanate, should be made to pay tribute, thus becoming an economic asset without being a political liability. But such an arrangement could at best be temporary. Muhammad was aware of this and decided on a more effective control over the peninsula, in part by moving the capital to the Deccan, and thus establishing a base for the Sultanate in the peninsula itself. Muhammad's return to Delhi. But the base in Deccan was not altogether without consequence, since it provided a footing for the Bahmani dynasty, which emerged soon after in the northern Deccan. In 1334, the Pandyan kingdom, Madurai, rejected the authority of the Sultanate And this was followed by similar moves further north by Warangal. The coastal regions of the south were thus independent. In 1336 AD, the kingdom of Vijayanagara was founded, and for the next 2 centuries, it became the dominant power in the south. The dream of empire had come to an end. The cracks in the Sultanate, so well cemented by Alauddin, appeared once more. There were revolts in the provincial capitals, and a famine in and around Delhi led to the rising of the Jat and Rajput cultivators and landowners. Theologians at the court, the keepers of religious and political authority, began to denounce Muhammad's policies. The Sultan died of fever in 1357 while pursuing rebels in Sindh. His ambition had consistently been beyond the means at his disposal. The nobles and the theologians of the court selected his cousin Firuz Shah as the next Sultan. His immediate concern was to quell the rebellions, but many of his campaigns ended with his having to concede virtual independence to the provinces, as in the case of Bengal. Having become Sultan with the support of the nobles and the theologians, he had to ensure their satisfaction by restoring to them a considerable amount of political power, based on a fairly lax policy in agrarian matters. Religious endowments, which had reverted to the state under previous rulers, were returned to the early holders or their descendants. An indirect concession to the hereditary principle. Firuz was generous in concession to the hereditary principle. Firuz was generous in granting land to civil and military officers and in farming out land. This required the re-evaluation of the land to ascertain the most recent assessments. It took 6 years to complete this, and the total assessment was valued at almost 7 crore tankas. One crore is 10 million. The silver tanka was valued at 172 grains of silver and was roughly equivalent to a rupee, but the tanka had a far higher purchase value since it could buy about 75 kilograms of wheat. Gold tankas were also minted but were only used for presentation purposes. The tanka was subdivided into 48 jittas. Some of the Delhi sultans gained notoriety as temple breakers and idol smashers. These activities have been written about at length by the chroniclers, presumably to prove the devotion of their patrons to Islam. In fact, they may have been more than piety involved. Firuz is also described on occasion as being a iconoclast. A campaign in Orissa was given its finale with the destruction of the Jagannath temple at Puri. The chroniclers had to show that the Sultan was making life difficult for the infidels in order to earn him the respect of the orthodox in his community. Purely religious iconoclasm may be understandable in the raids of Mahmud, though even here, treasure was probably more attractive than the religious motive. But for a reigning king to decree the destruction of temples to earn religious merit would appear foolish in the extreme. A document relating to the Arabs in the Sindh points to one obvious motive for iconoclasm. Muhammad bin Qasim, the Arab conqueror of Sindh, wrote to his superior and received the following reply. Quote, "The letter of my dear nephew Muhammad bin Qasim has been received and the facts understood. It appears that the chief inhabitants of Brahmanabad had petitioned to be allowed to repair the temple of Buddha and pursue their religion. As they have made submission and agreed to pay taxes to the Caliph, nothing more can be properly required from them. They have been taken under our protection, and we cannot in any way stretch out our hands upon their lives or property. Permission is given them to worship their gods. Nobody must be forbidden or prevented from following his own religion. They may live in their houses in whatever manner they like." End quote. Allowing for the fact that the Arabs were more civilized and humane than the Turks, nevertheless, iconoclasm served the purpose of impressing the superiority of the foreign rulers on the indigenous population, or for that matter, of impressing the authority of one state or another, as in the case of the later Sultan Sikandar Lodi, who wished to destroy the mosques of the rulers of Jaunpur in order to demonstrate his power. In this case, the question of antagonistic religions was not involved, since both rulers were Muslims. The Muslim population was still only a fraction of the total, and the Muslim elite could not have felt entirely secure. Those converted to Islam in the early days were usually low-caste Hindus who chose to leave the Hindu social fold for that of Islam, believing that under Islam they would have better opportunities than if they remained low-caste Hindus. Such converts could provide little support for the ruling Muslim elite. Converts from higher Hindu social strata to Islam rarely made the change out of religious sympathy with Islam, but out of opportunism, realizing that conversion was a necessary step before they could hope for economic and social advancement or political power. Ostensibly, they were made much of, but actually and quite naturally, they were regarded with suspicion by the Turkish and Afghan nobles. Orthodox Hindus and Muslims alike resisted any influence from the other in the sphere of religion. Although the Muslims ruled the infidels called them barbarians. To the Muslims, the Hindu temple was not only a symbol of a pagan religion and its false gods, but a constant reminder that despite their political power, there were spheres of life in the country over which they ruled, to which they were strictly denied access. And these were not merely religious rituals, because the temple had long been the center of Hindu social life in the village. The temple was a place where the Hindus congregated, and congregations are feared by those in power, as they can become centers of revolt. It was for the same reason that the Sultanate was suspicious from time to time of the centers of Sufi teaching. The temple was the bank, the landowner, the employer of innumerable artisans and servants, the school, the discussion center, the administrative center for the village, and the place for major entertainments in the form of festivals. The ruling of Muslim elite was excluded from all this, and the site of a temple served to remind them of this exclusion. Exclusion, in turn, was the only weapon which the Orthodox Hinduism could use to prevent assimilation, having lost its political ascendancy. Firuz's iconoclasm is somewhat incongruous in view of his tremendous interest in the historical and cultural past of India. A visit to a library in Kangra led him to order the translation from Sanskrit into Persian and Arabic of various manuscripts on the subject of Hinduism. He saw the pillars of Ashoka at Meerut and Topra and was so fascinated by them that he had them transported to Delhi. Difficult as this was, and one of them was placed in a commanding position on the roof of his citadel. He was curious to know what the inscription said, but no one could read it, the script having changed since the time of Ashoka. He was told that it was a magical charm and that it was associated with religious ritual. If objects of infidel worship had indeed been so important to Firuz, he'd have had the pillars destroyed. Instead, they were placed in positions of prominence. The worst of the Mongol raids took place in 1398 under the leadership of the notorious Timur Tamerlane, a Central Asian Turk who maintained that Tughlaqs were not good Muslims and therefore had to be punished. The provinces of Gujarat, Malwa, and Jaunpur took the opportunity to proclaim their independence. Timur, having sacked Delhi, returned to Central Asia, leaving a nominee to rule in the Punjab. The Tughlaq line ended soon after, but not so the Sultanate, which continued, though a shadow of its former self. Timur's nominee captured Delhi and was proclaimed the new Sultan, the first of the Sayyid dynasty, which was to rule during the early half of the 15th century. The Sultanate had survived, but only just. The Sayyids kept the machinery going until a more capable dynasty could take over. A governor of a northern province, Bulhul Lodi, saw the opportunity of ousting the Sayyids and made himself Sultan of Delhi in 1451 to become yet another inheritor of the Sultanate. The Lodis were of pure Afghan origin, which meant the eclipse of the Turkish nobility. The Afghan nobles, as compared to the Turks, were less amenable to authority and jealously guarded their tribal independence. Yet they were the main prop of the Lodi kings. Attempts were made to pacify them by granting them large hectares. The first two Lodi kings modified the autocracy of the Sultanate and thus made an appeal to the Afghan loyalty. But the last Lodi, Ibrahim, asserted the absolute power of the Sultan and did not consider tribal feelings. This led to his making enemies amongst them. Some grumbled quietly, others more openly. Tribal and clan rivalries were forgotten as the opposition to Ibrahim grew, culminating in the nobles inviting foreign assistance to overthrow him, which they had hoped would re-establish the equality and independence within the Sultanate. The governors of the Punjab and the Sindh appealed for help to Babur. A descendant of Tamerlane and Genghis Khan, seeking his fortune in Afghanistan. Babur was only too willing to bring his armies to northern India, since he had wished to annex the Punjab. The Afghans were not alone in supporting Babur. One of the Rajput kings had also dreamed of ruling from Delhi and had made an alliance with Babur. In 1526, Babur faced Ibrahim on the plain at Panipat. The victory was Babur's. Ibrahim was killed, and with him died the rule of the Lodis. For Babur was to find his own dynasty in India, and his descendants, the Mughals, achieved the dream of the Delhi Sultans to rule an Indian empire. The overthrow of the Sultanate led inevitably to attempts on the part of the provincial states to establish their independence. Some of these successfully exploited the disorder which prevailed prior to the establishment of the Mughal power. Others discovered that their fortunes had been too closely tied to those of the Sultanate, and they succumbed to the Mughals. On the periphery of the Sultanate had emerged a number of kingdoms, large and small, with ambitions as great as those of the sultans themselves. Some of them, for example, Gujarat, Malwa, Mewar, Marwar, Jaunpur, and Bengal, had maintained their independence almost throughout the latter period of the Sultanate, desiring the attempts of the Delhi sultans to prevent this. These attempts did not lead to a sense of unified opposition among the kingdoms, and if they were not at war with the Sultanate, they were at war with each other. Nor were the alliances and the wars based on differences of religion. A Hindu ruler saw nothing unusual in allying with and obtaining aid from a Muslim ruler in order to fight with another Hindu ruler, and the same held true of Muslim dynasties. Religion did not count unless it could serve a definite political purpose. Where it could, however, it was exploited to the full. The smaller kingdoms rose and fell with greater rapidity, many being land grants in the origin, in origin. This was a period of complete opportunism, and the making and breaking of alliances went on continually. But culturally, it was in these areas that the assimilation of Islamic institutions into Indian culture took place. In these areas, the need to preserve the separateness of the Turkish or Afghan nobility was not as great as in Delhi. In fact, it was wiser for those in power to mingle with those whom they governed, since this made for greater loyalty. The kingdom of Gujarat originated with the revolt of the governor against the Sultanate, and it became powerful under Ahmad Shah. Malwa had been founded in 1401 by a member of the Guri clan and became powerful during the reign of Hashang Shah, 1405 to 1435 AD, who moved his capital to Mandu, a fortress on the spur of the Vindhya mountains. Rivalry between Gujarat and Malwa remained unabated throughout the 15th century. Malwa, despite its alliances with the Rajputs, finally succumbed to Gujarat. Meanwhile, Gujarat had to face another menace, this time coming from the west and from the sea, the Portuguese. Their first appearance on the west coast of India was in 1498 with the successful voyage of Vasco da Gama. It was clear that they were seeking stations and places to establish small colonies. It was also clear that they were willing to fight for these, unlike the earlier Arab traders who had merely wished to settle in the trading centers. The coast of Gujarat, with the rich ports of Cambay and Broach, was an obvious target for the Portuguese. The last of the Gujarat kings was killed by the Portuguese in the course of negotiations, and 1537 saw the annexation of Gujarat by the Mughals. Before the Gujarat had sought the assistance of the Egyptian fleet to keep the Portuguese at bay, but was herself too involved further inland to be able to defend her coast against them. The Rajput rulers of this period were usually chieftains of principalities, some of which had been annexed by the Sultanate, although the rulers continued in the status of vassals. Of these, there were two states which not only managed to preserve their independence but aimed high and with aspirations of taking over the kingdom of Delhi. These were Mewar and Marwar, their descendants being more familiar in modern times as the rulers of Udaipur and Jodhpur in Rajasthan. When the sultans of Delhi, Alauddin, had laid siege to the fort at Chittor, a Rajput of the Gohila family had escaped from the fort and began guerrilla activities against the Sultanate armies in the Aravalli hills. This was Hamir, who founded the state of Mewar and who recaptured Chittor, the latter being hailed as a signal victory against the Sultanate. The weakness of the Sultanate following Timur's raid favored the expansion and establishment of the Rajput states. Marwar had come into being through the efforts of Raval of the Rathore clan, who claimed descent from Gahardawala rulers of Kannauj. Marwar lay to the west of Mewar in the region of the city of Jodhpur, built by Jodha, the great grandson of Raval. The discovery of silver and lead mines in Mewar brought new prosperity to the state, and it seemed as if the Rajputs were again going to assert themselves as a major power in northern India. In an effort to strengthen the bonds between the two states, a marriage was arranged between the two royal families. But this was to lead soon to a bitter feud over a complicated succession issue. Mewar survived the conflict partly because it was ruled at that time by the powerful Rana Kumbha, almost a legendary figure. He was a playwright, a literary critic who wrote one of the finest commentaries of Jayadeva's Gita Govinda, and a lover of music and a keen student of the art of fortification. His life ended in a tragedy. He went insane and was killed by his son. But this was not the end of Mewar, which was again to see a brief period of glory when hopes of Rajput dominations in North were rekindled. In 1509, Rana Sanga became king of Mewar and began to defy the power of Delhi. The Lodi kings were too involved in their own internal problems to bother much about Mewar, and Sanga contemplated an attack on Delhi. Sanga allied himself with Babur against Ibrahim Lodi and agreed to attack Delhi from the south and the west, while Babur attacked from the north. This, he believed, would enable him to take the capital, and having done so, he would dispense with Babur and inherit the Sultanate. Trouble from Gujarat, however, prevented Sanga from keeping his part of the agreement, and the battle at Panipat ended in victory for Babur. What was worse for Sanga was the realization that Babur intended to stay in India and rule from Delhi. The alliance broke on this, and in 1527 Sanga was in action against Babur. He was defeated, and after his death, Mewar gradually sank to a minor state. Marwar had begun to disintegrate a few years earlier. Many of the princes at the courts migrated to neighboring areas where they founded small principalities such as Satalmer, Bikaner, and so on, some of which survived into the 20th century. Clan consciousness was extremely strong in the Rajput states, and as long as a single clan constituted the ruling house, loyalty was unswerving. But the introduction of personalities from a different clan invariably led to dissension. Clan rivalries were uncontrollable and were probably the fastest means of creating dissension. But this period was only a temporary eclipse of the Rajputs, for they were to rise again in later centuries. Towards the end of the 14th century, the kingdom of Jaunpur was established under the rule of the Sharki kings, an ex-officer of the Sultanate. Jaunpur was in the unhappy position of having the Sultanate on its west and Bengal on its east, with both of which its relations were uncertain. The Sharkis frequently planned the capture of Delhi during some period when the power of the Sultanate was at an ebb, but the plan never materialized. The Lodis were constantly provoked by the Sharkis, but finally the ruler of Jaunpur was defeated and fled to Bengal, where he died in obscurity. Bengal owed its independence to its remoteness from Delhi and to the fact that the communication between the two lay through areas which were not always hospitable to the Sultanate officials. It became an independent state as early as 13th century when one of the local governors revolted. The Sultanate tried repeatedly to reassert its control over Bengal, or at least to prevent Bengal from extending its frontiers, but was rarely successful. There was a break in the dynasty of Bengal Sultans when a landowner from the North Bengal, Raja Ganesha, became a powerful minister at the court and so manipulated things that his son, a convert to Islam, was made Sultan in 1419 and ruled for 16 years. That he was permitted to rule for so many years suggests that he enjoyed the confidence of the Muslim nobility. It is interesting that he appointed Brahmins as ministers and even had a Purohita at the court. Obviously, there was no strong feelings among the Brahmins about his being a Muslim, or they would not have accepted any honors, least of all from a Hindu apostate. The prosperity of Bengal during this period is described in the annals of the Ming Emperor of China, who sent traders and missions to various parts of the Indian subcontinent. The annals refer to the visit of Cheng Ho to Bengal in 1421 and 1431. In the latter part of the 15th century, Bengal was destined to witness a strange series of rulers. The Abyssinian palace guards revolted and their commander usurped the throne. Later, the Abyssinian had given way to an adventurer of Arab descent who annexed parts of Assam and Orissa. The defeats at Panipat of the Afghans supporting Ibrahim Lodi sent them fleeing eastwards. And in 1538, Sher Khan Sur, an Afghan nobleman, overthrew the reigning sultan and became the ruler of Bengal. The kingdom of Kashmir remained independent of the Sultanate and had few connections with Delhi until it was annexed by the Mughals. Sindh retained some degree of independence, the desert of Thar being a fairly effective barrier to frequent communications with Rajput and Rajasthan and Delhi. The Arabs who conquered Sindh in the 8th century, after the reverses they met with, appear to have lost interest in enlarging their Indian possessions. During the period of the Sultanate, During the period of the Sultanate, Sindh was ruled by obscure tribes until it came under Mughal control in the 16th century. By this time, the major part of the subcontinent was being ruled by dynasties of Turkic and Afghan descent. The comparative case with which they took over from existing dynasties appears at first sight rather surprising. But in fact, what happened was little more than a transfer of suzerainty from one set of rulers to another. There was a period of 200 years between the raids of Mahmud of Ghazni and the establishment of the Sultanate, and this was time enough for northern India to become acquainted with the Turkic tribes and the Afghans, so that when they eventually settled in India, they were not totally strangers. The insularity of the kingdoms of the north was such that even the Sultanate could not claim to be an empire. The ambitions of the nobles were perpetually turning towards the acquisitions of independent kingdoms with visions of majesty and power for themselves. There was no consistent policy at the center to keep them under control, and the frequent changes of dynasty destroyed all political continuity. The impact of such dynastic changes was felt most strongly in the highest circles, where resentment was often pronounced. On the one hand, the rest of society accepted the new rulers. There were few major changes in political and administrative matters. In many cases, local rulers and chiefs continued as before, though possibly with smaller incomes. The land system also remained. Basically unchanged. The peasants continued to cultivate the land and to pay their taxes either to the king's officers or to the local landowners. They were little concerned with the change of sultan, nor was there any displacement of population comparable to that which followed the invasion of the Huns. Owing to the small number of Turks and Afghans, the minor administrative officials remained unaltered. Yet, it was at the lower levels that the new culture of Islam was to enter the pattern of Indian civilization and make its strongest impact. End of chapter 12. The realignment of regional kingdoms. AD 1200 to 1526, from the book The History of India, Vol.1 by author Romila Thapar. This is a reading by Citizen Seer of India, and our podcasts are hosted on our YouTube page and Vox Olympia audiobook podcasts. Our reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, children, the blind, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded audiobooks. And our reading recording is made possible through the generous endowment of the B.L. Himawat Literary Arts Foundation. We conclude this day's reading on Wednesday, 22nd of January, 2025. We thank our listeners for tuning in. Tune in again for the reading of the next chapter, chapter 13, Assimilation on Trial, from AD 1200 to 1526, in the History of India, Volume 1. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this book reading by Citizens here of India. Hello and welcome to this book reading by Citizens here of India. On this day, the 24th of January, we continue with our reading recording from the History of India, Vol.1. Author Romila Thapar. We continue today with reading from chapter 13, Assimilation Trial, AD 1200 to 1526. Thanks for tuning in. History of India, Volume 1, Romila Thapar, Chapter 13, Assimilation on Trial, AD 1200 to 1526. As we have seen, northern India was not spared foreign invasion. The Greeks, the Scythians, the Parthians, and the Huns held power for considerable periods. They came as aliens and they came to rule. Yet, they were assimilated. As long as the Mlechers could be assimilated into existing institutions, the fact of their being Mlechers could be overlooked. It is true that these earlier invaders established themselves in areas which were not the strongholds of Hindu orthodoxy. Entry into the various levels of social institutions was easier, and consequently the tendency on the part of the Indian religious hierarchy to exclude and reject the newcomers was less pronounced. The Buddhists hastened to make converts and were successful. It is also true that the Greeks, Scythians, and Huns did not bring their own theologians with them, nor did their coming necessitate a confrontation of two strongly established religions, such as Islam and Hinduism. Islam brought a new pattern of life. The modifications in Hinduism and Buddhism, which resulted from contact with earlier invaders, were acceptable to the orthodoxy of both of these religions, or at least they were willing to make a compromise. Not so with Islam. Nevertheless, assimilation did take place, not merely in superficial ways such as the Turks adopting local habits of eating and dressing, but in more fundamental fields, as with the introduction of new social ideas, which became an integral part of Indian life. In an indirect way, the Mongols contributed to this assimilation In an indirect way, the Mongols contributed to this assimilation by cutting off the possibility of large-scale integration from Afghanistan and Western Asia. Each year, the sea brought a mere handful of traders who settled in the west coast ports. Islam therefore had to rely increasingly on Hindu converts. The existing Indian population was slow in being converted. The fact that the Muslims have always been a minority community in India would suggest, as had been pointed out elsewhere, that the vast majority of Hindus were not in so desperate a plight as to seek conversion. Perhaps, at the lower level of society, the advantages to be gained by conversion were not spectacular. The Muslim community consisted mainly of converted Hindus, and obviously their pattern of living would not differ radically from that of the larger community in the midst of which they lived. This made assimilation easier. Two groups of artisans, having worked together for generations as part of the same subcaste or guild, would continue on the conversion of one group to maintain certain ties. But the cultural fusion of the two ideologies was less predictable amongst the ruling classes, and their separateness was insisted upon by the theologians of both religions, and on occasion by politically ambitious sections of the aristocracy. The call to Muslim loyalty or Hindu loyalty could always be used for purposes other than religious, and this sentiment could be exploited when convenient. Hindu theorists paid little attention to the lack of conscious assimilation at the level of political functioning. This was in part due to the insistence on maintaining the social order, which was given preference over political activities, and in part because the nature of political institutions as developed under the Sultanate resembled those of an earlier period. These institutions were not always in conformity with those described by the political theorists of Islam. For example, the association of divinity and kingship is not to be found in the Quran. The Turks were familiar with the idea, having known of it through the Sasanian kings of Persia. On arriving in India, they discovered that this was already an accepted notion in the office of kingship. It merely required the sanction of the theologians to incorporate it into the political framework of the Sultanate. The ulama, the Muslim theologians, were agreeable to providing and interpreting passages from the Quran which would authorize these innovations on the condition that the Sultan would allow the ulama to be the religious and legal arbiters in the state matters. This compact between church and state was concluded, and the ulama became a political voice which could not be disregarded. It came to believe that the Sultan was necessary for the very existence and security of the state, for without him there would be anarchy. A belief not dissimilar to earlier Hindu ideas on the relationship between the king and the state. The Sultan had now to show respect, at least ostensibly, for Islamic institutions, and preeminently to the ulema. This involved the granting of endowments to religious causes and offices to the ulema, the building of mosques, and the occasional display of anti-infidel activities such as iconoclasm. Not every sultan was willing to make these concessions, and in such cases, the ulema had to move very tactfully, since it would have been impolitic in a country of non believers to show any internal dissension publicly. The sultans generally were not concerned with the niceties of political and religious thought. They were primarily military adventurers, bent upon prolonging their rule as long as possible and enjoying every luxury. Political thinkers and writers were welcome at the court, provided they did not take their duties too seriously. Barani complained that the sultans were not giving due attention to their offices, which was an exalted one, since it was in fact the exercise of God's power. Barani was exiled. It is significant that the ulema, who might have been expected to make such complaints, remained quiet. The court of the sultan displayed vast wealth, and each day was a procession of elaborate ceremonial, much of which was deliberately exaggerated in order to emphasize the distance between the ruler and the ruled. Revenue from crown lands was used to maintain palaces, harems, slaves, and a huge retinue of court officials. The sultan's household required an extensive staff, not least amongst them being the personal bodyguard, whose support was essential to any group which hoped to overthrow the sultan. The officer in charge of the royal workshop, Karkanaha, was also a person of some eminence. Articles required by the Sultan's household, both for personal use and for giving away as gifts, were produced in these workshops, and their output was large. For example, the robe of honor, which the Sultan bestowed on his officers as a special mark of appreciation, was manufactured to the number of several hundred thousands each year. The Sultanate followed the basic law of Islam, the Sharia, as interpreted by the ulema, the sultan, advised by the qazi or judge, was the highest arbiter, and all cases of capital punishment had to be brought before the sultan. To begin with, the new law was put into effect only at the court and in the towns where there was some considerable Muslim population. In the villages, the old law continued. Non-Muslims were free to maintain their own legal institutions, which naturally led to many complications. Finally, it was conceded that a non-Muslim code could apply to a non-Muslim provided it did not endanger the state. The interpretation of the code was kept amorphous, and this enabled decisions to be taken on the basis of expediency rather than by following the letter of the law. There was some discussion, for instance, on the question of women becoming satis. According to the Sharia, suicide is illegal, and becoming a sati was an act of suicide, but it was permitted to Hindu women. Legally, the Sultan was a representative of the Caliph, though in fact he was virtually independent. Yet, the absolute authority of the Sultan was subject to certain checks. The most obvious being that in the final analysis, he had to rely for support on the call to Islam. Thus, he had to conform publicly to the Sharia and the Islamic tradition. That Akbar in the 16th century was able to disregard this in proclaiming his own ideology, the Din Ilahi, suggests that by then the relationship between political policy and religion had changed considerably. The ulema, the nobles and the soldiers of the standing army had all to be kept satisfied. The quick replacements of sultans in certain periods underlines the fact that the sultans were not supreme and absolute. Nationalities were mixed in the army, with Turks, Afghans, Mongols, Persians, and Indians fighting under the same banner. The fact that every Ikta holder had to provide troops suggests that the Indian percentage must have been fairly high, since provincial levies would be largely Indian. There was no ban on the recruitment of Hindu soldiers in the army or in the levies. The fighting units were organized in units of 50, 100, 500, and 1000, a system used by the Mongols. Civil administration was headed by the Wazir, the chief minister, who supervised the collection of revenue, the checking of accounts, and the regulation of expenditure. His importance as an advisor to the Sultan on the matters other than revenue depended on the personal relationship between the two. The Wazir and 3 other ministers were looked upon as the 4 pillars of the state. The other 3 were the head of the military department, which kept a record of soldiers and equipment in the Sultan's army and of the feudal levies, the minister in charge of interstate relations, and finally the chancellor, who dealt with state correspondence and relation between the court and provincial officials. The latter had his agents stationed in various parts of the kingdom. who kept him informed on all matters of interest to the state. The power of provincial governors was limited by two factors: proximity to the capital and the presence of the agents of the court. But there were often theoretical limitations, since power depended on personal relationship. Provincial administration had counterparts to the various administrative departments at the court. A smaller administrative unit was the Pargana, which is perhaps the most important, being the level at which officials came into direct contact with the cultivators. Each Pargana had its own group of officials: the executive officer in general charge, the officer recording assessments and produce, the treasurer, two registrars, of whom one kept a record in Persian, the other in Hindi. A specially appointed officer was the Munsif, who was the chief revenue collector and assessment officer, and also was empowered to settle agrarian disputes. The resemblance to the Rajuka of the Mauryas is striking. The village was the smallest unit of administration, with three main officials: the headman, the accountant Patwari, and the registrar Chowdhury. Cities were divided into sectors, the administration of each being in the charge of two officials responsible to the chief city administrator. The civil administration of the Sultanate was thus a continuation of existing forms with little attempt at a fundamental change. The designations were certainly changed, with the Persian names, more familiar to the new rulers, coming into common use. At the village level, and to a large extent in the Pargana, many of the officers doubtless were still Hindus, belonging to families associated with the administration. Some features of the Sultanate pattern continued until recent times, the names and designations being familiar even at the present day. The efficiency of the administration depended in part on communications. Ibn Battuta is enthusiastic in his praise of the transport system and the postal service of the Tughlaqs, and he had cause to use the roads frequently. They had stony surfaces on which the most commonly used vehicle was the ox-drawn cart. The nobility used horse carriages. Those traveling at a more leisurely pace were carried in palanquins. Regular stops along the route provided serais, rest houses, shops, and relays of porters and horses. The journey from Delhi to Daulatabad took 40 days. The fastest postal service was the horse post, although the foot post was more generally used. The relays of both were available at almost every village. The postal service was used by the state and by any who could afford it. The runners of the foot post carried a baton with belts attached to it. the sound of which was intended to scare away animals from the forest paths and to announce the arrival of the runner in the village. The postal runner was a familiar feature of rural India until the last century. The incoming Turks and Afghans tended to settle in the towns, and this gave rise to a vigorous urban culture. The villages and rural areas maintained much of their local autonomy but were nevertheless required to provide revenue. The village remained the basic economic unit, and the production was largely for local consumption. Each village had its own craftsmen who spun and wove cloth, made plows, yokes, wooden carts with large wooden wheels. Leather buckets for carrying water, household pottery, ropes, mats, baskets, metal utensils, horseshoes, knives, daggers, swords, and all the various articles used in the village. Techniques used by the artisans were primitive but adequate for their limited production. The artisans were organized in craft castes, and the distinction between castes continued even among those converted to Islam. To begin with, upper caste Hindus probably regarded the Muslims as a new subcaste, rather low in the scale. But as the preeminence of the Muslims in administration became clear, the Hindus began to treat them with greater tolerance. Craft labor, because of the association with caste, tended to be hereditary both among Hindu and Muslim craftsmen. But gradually there was a change, and towns began to flourish once more. And as the demand for goods increased, the Turkish Afghan raid had opened up northern India to trade. The Mongols brought Central Asia into closer contact. Traders and merchants re-established links which soldiers and sultans had lost. Within the country, the pattern of aristocratic living encouraged the exchange of goods. Rural production became linked in certain areas to nearby towns. Maritime areas had, in any case, been producing for export. The rise in production for exchange was by no means sudden and sharp. It was appreciably more than in the previous period. The requirements of town dwellers were met by artisans who worked in the towns. Certain areas specialized in production for export, and here the techniques were more advanced. The towns of Gujarat and Bengal produce a variety of textiles: white cotton, silk, velvet, satin, quilts, etc. The Cambay cottons were renowned in the textile trade for their quality, abundance, and cheapness. Towns became centers of both internal and external trade. Internal consumption of luxury articles was increased by the growing demands of the court, which was emulated by the aristocracy of the provincial capitals and the border kingdoms. Every town had a marketplace where traders and merchants congregated, and fairs were held regularly. Certain communities came to be associated with trade. For example, the Gujarati Banyas were found as far south as Malabar. The Multanis from Multan, and the Marwaris from Rajasthan, were beginning to establish a reputation as merchants. The Banjaras were roving traders with large caravans, which were often used for transportation by other traders. In lean years, they were accused of pilfering and came to be regarded as the gypsies were in Europe. Peddlers with pack animals sold their goods from house to house, or if they traveled further than their own local locality, they used the inn of the town as a temporary shop. The coming and going of merchants made the inn almost as important as a place for commerce as the market. Provincial capitals, as centers of local administration, attracted large markets. The market of Delhi was said to be particularly prosperous, receiving goods through both inland and foreign trade. Ibn Battuta describes Delhi as the most magnificent city in the Muslim world, a magnificence which was due not only to the presence of the Sultan and his court, but also to the wealthy commercial community. Many of the state workshops were also situated in Delhi, and these contributed substantially to internal production, in which, for example, a silk weaving workshop employed as many as 4,000 weavers. But the greater interest was in foreign trade, and this was centered on the coastal regions, where colonies of foreign merchants gave a cosmopolitan air to the cities. Many found this trade so profitable that they married local women and settled permanently in these towns. The coastal cities had large business houses with branches overseas. Wealthy bankers gave loans and took promissory notes, and many lived entirely on lending money to traders. Conditions having been somewhat unsettled, one would have expected cheating and fraud to be common. Yet traders and travelers alike testify to the high level of integrity in India. Overseas trade involved India in contact with Europe and Asia. This was also the age when China competed for profits from both the Indian and East African trade, and Europe sought openings for the direct trade with Asia in order to bypass the Arabs. India was slow, losing its monopoly both of Eastern and Western trade. The process was gradual but seemingly inevitable. Indian traders brought spices from Southeast Asia, where previously Indian ships had carried these to the ports of Western Asia. The monopoly in the carrying trade between Western India and Western Asia passed to the Arabs, with a consequent loss to the Indian trade. However, this was compensated to some extent by an increase in export of Indian-made goods. Indian traders were gradually being confined to inland ventures, largely controlled by Hindu traders, since the Turks and Afghans were busy soldiering and governing to undertake commercial activities. However, there was at least a common sentiment between those in political power and the major commercial interest in foreign trade. The fact that some Arab merchants settled in India meant that some, at least, of the profits from overseas trade remained in the country. Trade routes by sea changed little. The old lines were still followed from the west coast of India via the Persian Gulf and Iraq to the Mediterranean, or via the Red Sea and Egypt to the Mediterranean. The only additional route was due to the opening up of ports along the east coast of Africa at places such as Malindi, Mombasa, and Kilwa. Ships from Indian ports unloaded at Ormuz, Aden, and Jeddah, then the most important emporia of Western Asia. Though some traveled further to East Africa where Cambay cloth was exchanged for gold. Horses remained the most expensive single item of import into India. Turkestan still bred the finest stock, equal in quality to the Arab thoroughbreds, and some of these trickled through northwestern land routes during intervals between the Mongol raids. But the sea was the more regular channel for the import of horses. Apart from horses, ships from Aden brought perfumes, coral, quicksilver, vermilion, lead, gold, silver, alum, madder dye, and saffron. Indian exports from Gujarat consisted mainly of rice, cloth, precious stones, and indigo. Bengal continued its trade with Southeast Asia. Malacca by now had become the largest port and market center of Southeast Asia, with settlements of merchants from all parts of Asia. Indian ships were frequently in its harbor, bringing pepper, incense, textiles, saffron, and quicksilver. Some of these were then shipped to Java, Sumatra, Timor, Borneo, and the Moluccas. In return, the ships brought back to India gold, cloves, white sandalwood, nutmeg, mace, camphor, and aloes. Much of this merchandise was shipped to the west coast of India, but some of it found its way to Bengal. The Chinese continued with their attempts at trade with India. This had become more feasible and regular with the enlarging of Chinese trade with East Africa, since India was on the way there. Chinese ships visited the ports of both Bengal and Malabar, though the latter saw them more frequently. Cheng Ho led 7 expeditions to South Asia and East Africa, and on 2 of these, he stopped for a brief period in Bengal. Chinese ships carried silk, taffeta, satin, cloves, blue and white porcelain, gold and silver, all of which were sought after by Indian merchants. Trade still encouraged the use of money, which circulated in the towns through northern India. Coins issued in the region of Delhi were adapted from the previous issues of Chauhans and Gardwalas, which was a sensible method of creating confidence in the new currency amongst the local people. Even the bull, traditionally associated with Shaivism, was retained, together with the name of the Sultan in Devanagari script. The chital and the tanks are most frequently referred to. The former was a copper coin, and the latter was of silver of 172.8 grams and was started by Iltutmish. The tanka was used. The tanka was to become the standard monetary unit of the sultans and was the ancestor of the modern Indian rupee. Gold coins called mohurs were used largely for commercial purposes or on special occasions. The Sultanate had a number of mints in various parts of the kingdom. The provincial kingdom issued their own currency, with coins having either a different name or a different weight content from those of the Sultanate. The weights, as standardized at Delhi, Man, Seer, Chataka, lent their names to weights current in northern India prior to the recent introduction of the metric system. The circulation of money was stimulated by the vast expenditure involved in aristocratic living and the growth of urban centers. The Turks and Afghans had found riches in India and were determined to make the most of them. It was an area of conspicuous consumption both for the court and for the aristocracy in the provinces. Muslim society, as it evolved in India, fell into three broad divisions: the nobility, both secular and religious, the artisans, and the cultivators. The nobility was made up of diverse strands: Turks, Afghans, Persians, and Arabs, with the first two predominant since they held political power. To begin with, clan affiliations kept them divided. But once they were forced to accept India as their permanent home, they began to coalesce into a fairly homogeneous group. The fact of there being a minority in the country assisted this process. The elevation to the nobility was open to all. Many of the most exalted nobles had begun as retainers of the Sultan. Titles and offices were not hereditary and were dependent on the goodwill of the Sultan. In later years, when they came to be looked upon as hereditary, the nobility acquired the elaborate genealogies to prove the aristocratic origins, and Indian converts began to assert a foreign ancestry. This was considered essential since the superiority lay in having Turkish or Afghan blood, and the racial qualification was important. Intermarriage with Indian Muslims on an increasing scale did, however, gradually reduce this characteristic in the nobility. Nobles derived their income from the revenue of their iktas, and those attached to the court from their office at the court. Despite the obligation to maintain troops, the revenue from ikta was sufficient to allow of luxurious living. The Sultan may have suspected that Excessive income was accruing to the nobility, but there was little he could do to prevent this. State inspectors were unreliable since they could be bribed. Alauddin had made a serious attempt at curtailing the incomes of the nobles, but this policy did not survive him. The relationship between the Sultan and his nobles depended on their relative strength. This was also the case with the Rajput chiefs and other local rulers, who step by step were accepted as part of the nobility when the Sultanate found that it had come to terms with them. Functionally, the nobility was divided into two categories, described as the men of the sword, al-Hisayf, and men of the pen, al-Kalam. The former were either the military commanders, or those whose power was based on military strength. The latter were the religious leaders and the administrators, of whom the former was certainly more powerful. These were chiefly the ulama or the theologians, of whom some were advisors to the Sultanate and the others occupied judicial offices. They were followers of the more rigid Sunni doctrine of Islam and were opposed to the Shia sect, which was the generally more liberal-minded group. Theoretically, the religious category included the mystics or saints who could play a significant political role in spite of abandoning temporal attachments. Nizamuddin Aulia, for instance, who had lived in the vicinity of Delhi, was a powerful voice, and his opinion could not be disregarded by the Sultan in spite of the fact that he showed his contempt for the Sultan by refusing to associate with. Siddhi Maula started a hospice near Delhi, which became the center of a Turkish revolt against the Khalchis. Though in this case, there is some doubt as to whether Siddhi Maula was a genuine saint or merely a charlatan, exploiting the readiness of the people to place their faith in a charismatic leader. Even if he was a charlatan, the fact that he could use the guise of a mystic for political ends is significant. The pre-Islamic tradition in India of the gurus and sannyasis, religious teachers and ascetics, prepared the ground for the acceptance of their Muslim equivalents, the pirs and the shaykhs. They lived in comparative isolation and were believed to be endowed with tremendous religious power, which gave them an assured leadership amongst the people when they chose to use it, of which the state was not oblivious. Deference to saint on part of the Sultan may well have carried with it the unspoken request that he should direct popular loyalty towards the Sultan. The saints in some cases received endowments which made life for them and their descendants both secure and comfortable. The Muslim population of the towns consisted mainly of artisans with a smaller floating population of traders. The latter were generally of Arab or Persian origin and were independent merchants. In addition to the artisans, the royal slaves working either at the court or in royal workshops, large enough in number form a considerable part of the urban Muslim population, both in the capital of the Sultanate and other capital cities. The Muslim element in the peasant population grew in number towards the latter part of this period. Pattern of living of the cultivators, whether Hindu or Muslim, was almost essential, was almost identical, is essential. The fusion of Islamic culture with existing Indian culture achieved its most positive expression in the activities of the artisan classes of the towns and amongst the cultivators, as is evident from the social religious ideas of the time, and also in primarily artisan activities such as building monuments, the fusion being evident in the architecture of the people. The pattern of living in both these classes came to be interrelated to a far greater degree than amongst the nobility. Domestic ceremonies and rituals, such as those connected with birth, marriage, and death, became mingled. The converted Muslims were also heirs to long-standing rituals practiced by the Hindus. New ceremonies which had come with Islam and which were regarded as auspicious crept into Hindu ritual. Although theoretically caste was not accepted by the Islamic society, it was by no means ignored in Muslim social life. The development of Muslim caste began with an ethnic distinction. Families of foreign extraction, such as the descendants of Arabs, Turks, Afghans, and Persians, formed the highest caste and were later called Ashraf. Ashraf in Arabic means honorable. The next in the order of status came the upper caste Hindu converts, such as Muslim Rajputs. Occasional castes form the occupational castes form the two final castes, which were divided into clean and unclean castes. The former included artisans and other professional people. The latter were scavengers and those associated with unclean work. This broadly was the framework of Muslim castes in Uttar Pradesh until recent years. The root of this system doubtless goes back to the period of the Sultanate. As in the case of Hindu subcastes, the status of the person could improve only if the entire Zat or Jati or subcaste moved up the social scale. Restrictions on interdining were less severe, though commensality extended only to clean castes. In the arranging of marriages, however, caste was of fundamental importance. The grafting of caste onto profession was so firm and strong by now that no minority community could hope to dislodge it. And this was at the very root of social relationships. However, the observance of caste was more rigid and automatic amongst the Hindus than amongst the Muslims, Jainas, Syrian Christians, and heterodox sects, the latter not being avowedly caste conscious. Owing to the largely foreign origin of the nobility, the fusion was more superficial, with Turks and Afghans deliberately trying to preserve their separate identity. The adoption of seemingly innocuous indigenous habits, such as those of dress and food, gradually led to the submerging of this identity. The need to marry into local families accelerated the process. A number of concessions were made and indulgences introduced which were not in keeping with Orthodox Islam. Many of the characteristic forms in northern Indian classical music trace their ancestry to innovations made by the Muslim nobility of this period. Polo, horse racing, gambling, and hunting, their favorite pastimes sometimes offended against the fundamental tenets of Islam, but in such instances the ulama found compromise by subtle interpretations of the holy law. Among all classes, whether Hindu or Muslim, the preference for a son underlined the inferior position of women. Upper class women like Mirabai and Razia had more freedom to use their talent, but the former could do so only by becoming a religious mendicant, the latter only by imitating male rulers. Romances were written on the love of Deval Rani, a Hindu princess, for a prince of the Sultanate, Khizr Khan, or of Rupamati for Baz Bahadur. Both romantic sentiment and women were extolled in poems and ballads. These sentiments were restricted to literature. In fact, women were kept secluded in parda, literally curtain, in a separate section of the house known as the zenana or women's apartments, outside which they were not permitted to appear unless veiled. What was originally an attempt by the Hindu and Muslim aristocracy to shield their womenfolk from the unpleasant and often primitive aspects of life resulted in an extreme seclusion and consequent emptiness in which amorous and sometimes political intrigue became a frequent and banal diversion. Peasant women and those belonging to the artisan classes still had relative freedom within society, and this was doubtless due to the economic necessity. Marriage was regarded almost entirely as a social obligation based on caste rules, and the auspicious matching of two horoscopes are increasingly on property considerations. First cousin marriages among Muslims were often encouraged in order to keep the property within the family. There was one section of the Muslim nobility which kept strictly aloof from any attempt at fusion, and this was the ulama. This was matched by an equal aloofness on part of the Brahmins. Apart from its impact upon religion, Muslim rule had reduced the political and economic preeminence of Brahmins. Grants of land to the Brahmins had been reduced since Muslim rulers had to cater for the needs of their own theologians. Brahmins were now required to pay taxes, from which they had generally been previously exempt. Nor did they enjoy the same political power at the courts as earlier. The ulama, for their part, were conscious that only by maintaining a clear identity could they retain political power and ensure their economic security. Religious observances at the mosques and the temples remained quite distinct, with not the slightest intermingling of the ritual. This separateness was rigorously maintained by priests of both communities. The greatest damage done by exclusiveness was to the educational system. Formal education was given at schools attached to temples and mosques, which emphasized religious training. Centers of higher education concentrated on theology and linguistics to the almost complete exclusion of other subjects. The majority of the Muslim schools or madrasas were financed by the state. It is clear that the sultans were generous in their patronage of education, for it is estimated that during the Tughlaq period there were up to 1,000 educational institutions in Delhi itself. It is unfortunate that this patronage was in fact buttressing theological education alone. Nevertheless, there was an interest in Indian and Arab learning on both sides, in non religious circles, and some intellectual exchange was inevitable. In medicine, the interchange was particularly fruitful. Indian medical systems gained popularity in Western Asia, and in the reverse medical practices derived from these paths called Unani medicine, which were widely used in India, together with the earlier Ayurvedic system as they are even to this day. Technical knowledge was in any case a thing apart and was not included in the syllabus of formal education. Vocational training remained in the hands of the artists or in the state workshops. Intellectual exchange was confined to the limited sections of society and did not influence the core of the educational tradition. In a sense, Timur's raid on Delhi resulted in the dissemination of learning since many scholars fled from the capital and went to the provinces. It would be interesting to speculate on the possibilities of intellectual development in India had the Arabs acquired political power in place of the Turks. The intellectual exchange might have been far more positive kind, leading to a genuine progress of knowledge. The contemporary Arab sense of inquiry and eagerness for empirical knowledge might have inspired the centers of conventional scholarship in India and saved them from a state of mere stagnation. By the 16th century, a pattern of living had evolved in which an appreciable degree of assimilation had taken place. Nevertheless, amongst the upper classes, certain resentments remained. However free the Hindus may have been in their daily life, theoretically, they were not equal citizens with the Muslims. What rankled most was that socially, the Indian Muslims may have been of a lower origin, and yet they were now in a superior position. Had the Muslims remained a foreign community, there would have been a readier acceptance of their ideology by high caste Hindus. The Jesuits were, after all, wise in seeking to convert the emperors of Asia rather than the submerged tenth, which would only have won them the disdain of the upper class Asians, as in fact happened later with Christian missions in Asia. In the process of preserving their exclusiveness, the Brahmins concentrated upon their own internal resources and traditional literature. This led to a revival of the study of older texts, with detailed commentaries and digests. When the new rulers asked to see the legal basis and interpretation of Hinduism, the Brahmins provided the material based on early texts, which dealt with a theoretically ideal state, envisaged no conflicting divisions within society. There was little or no attempt to recognize, let alone come to terms, a powerful group which did not fit into a caste hierarchy. The two dominant sects of Hinduism, the Vaishnavas and the Shaivas, were the main props of Hindu orthodoxy. Though within these sects, there were smaller groups with their own variations in belief. Vaishnavism remained more popular in the north, although many of its leaders, such as Ramanuja and Vallabha, had been teachers from South India. Their impact on the reforms, the impact on the reformers of the Vaishnava movement in the north was considerable. Some of these reformers have been associated with the Bhakti movement, but a distinction can be made between those whose teaching was influenced by Islamic ideas as well. The orientations of these two broad groups were significantly different, although the overall sentiment of their religious expression may have been similar. Some confine themselves to introducing a more personal element into Hindu religious activity, particularly the Vaishnavas. Ramananda expresses it best, quote, I had an inclination to go with sandal and other perfumes to offer my worship to Brahman, the god. But the Guru revealed the Brahman was in my own heart. Wherever I go, I see only water and stones worshipped. But it is thou who hast filled them with all with thy presence. They all seek thee in vain amongst the Vedas, my own true Guru. Thou hast put an end to all my failures and illusions. Blessed art thou. Ramananda is lost in his master Brahman. It is the word of Guru that destroys all the million bonds of action. End quote. A Bengal school teacher, Chaitanya, 1486, 1533 AD, became a devotee of Krishna after experiencing a strange hysterical trance. He held devotional meetings where hymns were sung and the meaning of Vaishnava belief was expounded. He traveled through the country inspiring people with Vaishnava teachings of the cult of Radha and Krishna. Chaitanya was concerned almost solely with bringing Vaishnava teaching to as many people as possible, and he was motivated by purely religious feelings. Another group sought a retreat in their devotion, and to them all that mattered was self-abnegation in an attempt to discover God. Everything was to be subordinated to this single aim. Such was the message of the songs of Mirabai, the 16th century Rajput princess who became a wandering mendicant, composing verses on her love for Krishna. Or of Surdas, the blind poet of Agra, and in the mystical verses of Lala, who lived in Kashmir, dedicated her songs to the god Shiva. The leaders of the Bhakti movement were to make a deeper impact on social rather than purely religious ideas, but those who had been influenced by Islam, and more particularly by the two teachings of the Sufis. The united front which Islam had attempted to present in a predominantly non-Muslim country could not be maintained for long. While the Sultanate was in the process of establishing its power, sectarian conflicts occurred, one of which seriously threatened the Sultanate itself. This took place during the reign of the Queen Razia. The two dominant sects of Islam were the Sunnis and Shias, and the sultans, being Sunnis, supported by Sunni theologians, disapproved of the Shias. The main schism in Islam occurred in its very early days over the rule of succession to the caliphate. The Shias wanted it to be hereditary through Ali, and the Sunnis elective. From then, various differences developed. It was from the Shias that the more divergent sects such as Sufis and Dervishes derived. The Sunnis are considered more orthodox. The latter had entered India with the Arab conquest of Sindh and were therefore powerful in Sindh and Multan. Mahmud of Ghazni had attempted to destroy Shia power in Multan, but had failed. The ascendancy of Turkish power had diminished the possibilities of Shia influence in India. The Shias, together with other schismatics, revolted unsuccessfully against the Sultanate during the reign of Razia, after which the Shias ceased to be a challenge to the Sunni domination during the Sultanate. There was, however, another challenge to the Sunnis from a group of Muslims whose influence, though indirect, was nevertheless a force to be contended with. These were the Sufis, the saints and mystics who had come to India, the establishment of Turkish power. They isolated themselves from society, and this dissociation had a historical explanation which is partially pertinent to the Indian situation. The Sufis came into prominence in about the 10th century in Persia with their mystical doctrines of union with God achieved through the love of God. Such doctrines were attacked by Orthodox Islam, and the Sufis were regarded as heretics. This led to their becoming secretive and aloof and living in seclusion. Their language became highly symbolic and esoteric. Sometimes they formed an order under a pir or sheikh, the equivalent of the Hindu guru, and the members of the order were called fakirs, mendicants. Or dervishes. Some of the orders evolved a special ritual, often hypnotic in character, such as dancing until a state of trance is experienced. India, with its earlier experience of asceticism, the philosophy of the Upanishads, and the devotional cults, provided a sympathetic atmosphere for the Sufis. There were three chief order of Sufis in India: that of the Chishti, which included the historian Barani and the poet Amir Khusro among its followers, and was popular in and around Delhi and the Doab; that of the Suravardi, whose following was mainly in the Sindh; and that of Ferdowsi, whose order was popular in Bihar. The Sufis in India dissociated themselves from the established centers of orthodoxy, often as a protest against what they believed to be a misinterpretation of the Quran by the ulema. They believed that the latter, by combining religious with political policy and cooperating with the Sultanate, were deviating from the original democratic and egalitarian principles of the Quran. The ulema denounced the Sufis for their liberal ideas, and the Sufis accused the ulema of having succumbed to temporal temptations. Those Sufis who were still in contact with society were often suspected of being disaffected, but the Sufis were never deeply committed to the idea of rebellion, since they were both in theory and practice isolated from the conditions which they opposed. At this time also began the Sufi belief that the millennium was approaching and that the Mahdi, the Redeemer, would come to restore the pristine faith of Islam. The existence of recluses living apart from their fellows was familiar in India, and the Sufis were thus a part of an established tradition. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Sufi pirs were as much revered by the Hindus as were the Hindu gurus and ascetics, all of them being regarded by Hindus in general as being of the same mold. To this day, an annual fair is held at the tomb of a comparatively obscure pair in one of the most hallowed sites of Hinduism, Kurukshetra, where thousands of Hindu villages from the countryside around gather to worship at the tomb. The same villagers will point to a site barely half a mile away where, on an island in the midst of the sacred tank, are the visible remains of a Hindu temple believed to have been destroyed by an irate Muslim governor. The Islamic stress on equality was respected by the Sufis far more than by the ulema, and this brought the mystic orders into contact with artisans and cultivators. Thus, the Sufis became more effective religious leaders than the distant ulema for the peasants. The Sufis often reflected the nonconformist elements in society, and on occasion even the rationalist forces, since their mysticism was not in every case religious escapism. Some opted out of society in order to pursue knowledge based on empirical observation, and they felt that the more established tradition of rational thought had become entangled with the rigid doctrines of the orthodox. Nizamuddin Aulia, for instance, followed an inquiry on the laws of movement, which displays a remarkable degree of empirical thought. In the popular mind, mystics were also frequently associated with magic. Siddhi Maula had no visible source of income, yet he was lavish in his donations to the poor, which gave rise to the suspicion that he was an alchemist. In fact, his funds may well have come from disaffected nobles who were using his hospice as a base to organize opposition to the Sultanate. In all this, the Sufis had their precursor in Indian society in the previous centuries. It is unfortunate that the Sufis, who in the early crucial years were the most effective original thinkers in the spheres of both politics and religion, should have detached themselves from the social framework. Had they contributed from within society, their impact would have been more direct and they could have mobilized support of a less purely religious nature. This might in turn have been of considerable help to the leaders of the new social religious development within the Bhakti movement. Although this was a continuation of the earlier devotional cult, Sufi ideas influenced its doctrines, as did also certain typically Muslim concepts, particularly those about social justice. The Sufi and Bhakti thought and practice coalesced at various points. The essential belief in the need to unite with God was common to both, as was the stress on love as the basis of the relationship with God. Both believed also that the acceptance of a guru or a pair, at least the initial stages, was necessary. But the mysticism of the Sufis was not encouraged by all the Bhakti saints, since the purpose of the latter was not to remain aloof and isolated from the people, but rather to make their teaching comprehensible even to simple minds. The leaders of the Bhakti movement were called santas, the worthy and virtuous ones. But modern usage in English has come to describe them as saints, as also happened in the case of those associated with the earlier Tamil devotional cult. The Bhakti saints, like those of the devotional cults, came from a diversity of backgrounds. Many were artisans by origin or belonged to the class of less prosperous cultivators. The occasional Brahmin also joined the Bhakti movement, but by and large its adherents were from the lower castes. Institutionalized religion and objects of worship were attacked, caste disregarded, women were encouraged to join in the gatherings, and the teaching was entirely in the local vernacular language. From the historical point of view, the most significant contribution of the Bhakti movement during this period came from Kabir and Nanak, who expressed the sentiments of the urban class in towns and of artisans in the villages who were in contact with the towns. The ideas of Kabir and Nanak were drawn from both the existing and the Islamic traditions, and the inclusion of the latter makes them very different from the other leaders of the Bhakti movement. That this aspect of the movement was essentially urban based becomes evident on a comparison with the earlier period when the devotional cult was very much the background, not having the support of a large urban class. The mystical sects were not essentially of urban origin. Kabir, 1440 to 1518 AD, is said to have been the illegitimate son of a Brahmin widow. His foster father was a weaver, and consequently, Kabir was trained in the same lower caste profession. His experience as a weaver was to provide him with many similes drawn from the weaver's craft when he came to compose his verses. He became a disciple of Ramananda, the Vaishnava reformer, but eventually left him and began to preach his own ideas. Kabir was concerned with much more than mere religious reform. He wished to change society. He expressed his ideas in single couplets, which were easy to memorize and contained imagery which was commonly understood. His verses gathered into two collections on his death, incorporate his ideas. Nanak, 1469 to 1539 AD, came of a rural background, being the son of a village accountant. He was educated through the generosity of a Muslim friend and later was employed as a storekeeper in the Afghan administration. In spite of his having a wife and 3 children, he left them and joined the Sufis. But after a while, he left the Sufis and traveled throughout the subcontinent. He is also believed to have visited Mecca. Finally, he rejoined his family and settled in a village in the Punjab where he preached, gathered his disciples, and eventually died. His teachings are contained in the Adi Granth. With Kabir and Nanak, the Bhakti movement took a new turn. Theirs was neither an attempt to reform institutionalized Hinduism by attacking the system of worship, nor a means of escape through submerging consciousness in devotion. The new attitude can perhaps best be understood in the idea of God as described by Kabir and Nanak. Kabir either denied the Hindu and Muslim ideas of God or else equated them by stating that they were identical. Quote, O servant, where dost thou seek me? Lo, I am beside thee. I am neither in the temple nor in the mosque, and neither in Kaaba nor in Kailash. Neither am I in rites and ceremonies, nor in yoga and renunciation. If thou art a true seeker, thou shalt at once see me. Thou shalt meet me in a moment of time. Kabir says, O Sadhu, God is the breath of all breath. If God be within the mosque, then to whom does this world belong? If Ram be within the image which you find upon your pilgrimage, then who is there to know what happens without? Hari is in the east, Allah is in the west. Look within your heart, for there you will find both Kareem and Ram. All the men and women in the world are his living forms. Kabir is the child of Allah and Ram. He is my Guru. He is my Pir. End quote. The Kaaba is the sanctuary in Mecca, containing the sacred black stone of the Muslims. Kailash is the mountain revered as the abode of Shiva. Ram, the hero of the Ramayana, was worshipped as an incarnation of Vishnu. Kareem is a title of Allah in Islam. Nanak went a step further and described God without reference to either Hindu or Muslim conceptions. Quote, "The true one was in the beginning. The true one was in the primal age. The true one is now also, O Nanak. The true one also shall be. By his order, bodies are produced. His order cannot be destroyed. By his order, souls are infused into them. By his order, greatness is obtained. By his order, men are high or low. By his order, they obtain preordained pain or pleasure. By his order, some obtain their reward. By his order, others must ever wander in transmigration. All are subject to his order. None is exempt from it. He who understands God's order, O Nanak, is never guilty of egoism." End quote. Kabir and Nanak were not trying to bridge the gulf between Hindus and Muslims by means of an eclectic ideology which deliberately combined facets of both faiths. Such an idea was yet to come in the Din-Ilahi of the Emperor Akbar. Kabir and Nanak were leading a new religious group in which God was not merely a remodeled version of the concept of Rama or of Allah, but a new concept. This concept was derived from two existing religious forces, but neither of them consciously tried to combine and reconcile them. This would explain the sharp antagonism of the Brahmins and the ulema against these two bhakti leaders in particular, since they saw them as propagators of new religions. The followers of Kabir and Nanak founded independent religious communities, the Kabir Panthis and the Sikhs. Both won large followings from amongst the artisans and the cultivators, to whom the emphasis on simple living and an absence of incomprehensible ritual made a strong appeal. There was also much honest common sense and practicality in the writings of both men. Extreme patterns of living being rejected in favor of a normal, balanced life as part of the society in which one is born. For instance, the yogi who enjoys demonstrating his excessive detachment from life is ridiculed by Kabir. The popularity of these new orders were not due to religious reasons alone. Kabir and Nanak were concerned with the conditions of Indian society, where both caste and distinctions between Hindus and Muslims, as expressed in organized religions, kept these men apart. Their stress was on a reordering of society on egalitarian lines and not the mere coexistence of differing ideologies. The call to social equality was a powerful magnet and expressed itself in the firm denunciation of caste by both Kabir and Nanak. One of the methods of escaping caste was by joining a non caste group in which one's caste would be eliminated, as it happened in the past with certain sects and cults. What Kabir and Nanak had to say about caste must have met with an instantaneous response from the artisans who suffered the contempt of both high caste Hindus and upper class Muslims. That the Sikhs survived as an independent religious community more successfully than the Kabir Panthis resulted largely from the differences between their teaching. Kabir may have been indifferent to the Hindu and Muslim God, but the repeated reference to God by names familiar to those two religions tended to associate him with the less orthodox members of both religions. In time, the Kabir Panthis came to be regarded as a Hindu sect, although the name Kabir itself remains a common Muslim name today. To become a follower of Nanak demanded a greater rejection of the outward manifestations of Hinduism or Islam. This tended to create a stronger feeling of community among the Sikhs. Nanak insisted that the new community must be actively involved in society and not become another isolated sect. After the death of Nanak, the Sikhs emerged with a separate religion. The later adoption of visible, distinguishing symbols by the Sikhs further accentuated their separateness, such as the carrying of the 5 Ks, Kesha, the ban on cutting hair, Kanga, a small comb, Kara, an iron bangle, Kirpa, a small dagger, and Kacha, underwear. A feature common to all the Bhakti saints was that they composed their verses in language best understood by the people whom they taught. This led to an interest not only in Bhakti literature but also in translation of some of the earlier scriptures previously available only in Sanskrit and as such inaccessible to the majority of people. The most widely loved of these texts, largely owing to their narrative character, were the epics and the Puranas. Commentaries on sacred literature such as the Bhagavad Gita were also written, and in these an attempt was made to explain the philosophical nuances in simple terms. Literature in the regional languages was strikingly different from Sanskrit literature in one main respect. It was as spontaneous and imbued with genuine sentiment as the latter had become artificial and forced. The themes of the new literature were often of common interest to more than one region, and literary innovations traveled quickly and widely in northern India. Among the eastern group of languages, Bengali was used by Chaitanya and poet Chandidasa, who wrote extensively on the theme of the love of Radha and Krishna. Ballads on the events of contemporary interest, composed by wandering minstrels, were equally popular. The Turkish rulers of Bengal, being even more distant from their homeland than of Delhi sultans, had early identified themselves with the life of the region, and they had a genuine interest in Bengali literature, a considerable encouragement to those writings in Bengali, since it assured them of a measure of royal support. It was also a Bhakti leader, Shankaradeva, who popularized the use of Assamese in the Brahmaputra Valley in the 15th century. He used an entirely new medium to spread his ideas. He wrote a number of short one act plays of the nature of morality plays, incorporating them from the Puranas. The Jagannath temple at Puri in Orissa has a collection of manuscripts which date from the 12th century, and the language of these contains elements of what was later to develop as Oriya, the language of the region. Chaitanya spent his last years at Puri and doubtless encouraged his followers to use Oriya in preference to Sanskrit. The development of Maithili, spoken in the region of northern Bihar, was also associated with the Vaishnava and Bhakti literature. In Western India, Gujarati was used by the Jaina teachers, who assiduously collected all the Jain literature written in Old Gujarati. A close relationship existed between Gujarati and Rajasthani. The language of Marwar, called Dingal, was commonly spoken in most parts of Rajasthan and was almost an immediate ancestor of modern Gujarati. Mirabai wrote her songs in Rajasthani, but she was influenced by other Bhakti poets who wrote in Hindi. Hindi was the language spoken in the region around Delhi in modern Uttar Pradesh, there being a slight difference between Eastern and Western Hindi. It first developed with the historical epics composed by local bards at the courts of Rajput kings, poems such as the Prithviraj Raso, Vishaladeva Raso, etc. The Sufis, when they settled in this region using Hindavi, that they used to call Hindi, when they wished to address a wider audience, and this increased its popularity. Later, it was used by the Bhakti movement, in particular by Kabir, Nanak, Surdas, and Mirabai, which gave it an improved status. Earlier, it had been used by writers such as Amir Khusro, a poet of the Sultanate who normally wrote in Persian. What gave it greater importance was that it was a co-parent of Urdu. Urdu, literally the camp language, was becoming the lingua franca of the Sultanate since it had evolved through a combination of Hindi syntax and Persian Arabic vocabulary. Inevitably, those who used Urdu were also familiar with Hindi. The rule of a Persian-speaking elite brought Persian to India, both as the official language and as a new literary influence. The supplanting of Sanskrit by Persian as the official language in many northern kingdoms encouraged the use of regional languages since Persian was an unfamiliar language. Arabic was less frequently used. The early Persian literature written in India tended to be largely derivative, using forms and imagery more familiar to Persia. Gradually, the Indian element asserted itself through a growing acquaintance with Indian literature, either in the original or through translations. In this respect, the works of Amir Khusro are significant since he represents the beginnings of Indian-based Persian and Islamic literature. Amir Khusro was of Turkish origin, though Indian-born. He studied under Nizamuddin Aulia, the Sufi saint who lived near Delhi and eventually settled in Delhi, which was then an exciting city for a young man of his talents. He made his way in the court, and his poems commemorating personalities and events won him both recognition and status. His sensitivity was not blunted by the pleasures of court life, and the impact of Nizamuddin's teaching remained with him throughout his life. Most of his poetry, which included a great variety of forms, lyric, ode, epic, and elegy, and his historical writing were in Persian. In technique, his poetry followed Persian models, but in sentiment, it was Indian. Amir Khusro's imagery was based on what he saw around him, and he did not seek the prestige often associated with those who used foreign models. However, the praise bestowed on his works in the highest literary circles in Persia greatly encouraged those writings in Persian in India. The use of regional languages for all purposes did not result in the discontinuance of writing in Sanskrit. There were still many kings who preferred to patronize Sanskrit poets, regarded them as more distinguished than poets writing in the new languages. This was particularly so amongst those who desired their family histories to be written in the classical form of a Sanskrit eulogy. In an age of rapidly rising and falling dynasties, these eulogies could be produced to what was almost a set formula. Yet this trend resulted in the writing of innumerable histories, some of local personalities and some of regions. A Jaina scholar, Naya Chandra Suri, wrote a verse composition on the life of Hamira, the last of the Chauhan kings. Historical poems in Sanskrit were not restricted to Hindu kings alone. Pride in regional history and local personalities was legitimate and was certainly of a more manageable and comprehensible compass than the history of a larger area. Udayaraja was the court poet of Sultan Mahmud Beghara of Gujarat, and his poem Raja Vinoda is a biography of the Sultan. The tradition of writing the biographies of reigning kings continued into recent times, as in the case of the life of Queen Victoria, appropriately called Victoria Charita, the life of Victoria. Related to the historical literature were the semi-historical texts called Prabandhas, written in large numbers at this time. The quality is mixed, some being overfull of legend and fanciful invention, but others, such as Meritunga's Prabandha Chintamani and Rajashekara's Prabandha Kosha, contain useful historical material. A center of Sanskrit learning developed at Mithila in northern Bihar, which had remained untouched by the Turkish invasions for a longer period than most other places, and had thereby acquired a large number of Brahmins who preserved the tradition of Sanskrit literature in their writing. Brahmin scholars in Bengal and Jaina scholars in Gujarat also maintained an interest in Sanskrit, though as a language of lively intellectual value, it was restricted mainly to places in South India. Sanskrit was preserved by the Brahmins where they could find patrons, and some could still be found to finance them. But in the main, intellectual currents of the age had bypassed Sanskrit. The Jainas, writing their manuscripts on palm leaves in Gujarat, illustrated them with small miniature paintings. The paintings are highly stylized, with human figures predominant, the background and the action being subordinate. Faces drawn in profile have a sameness of type which is repeated in all the paintings. The lines are angular and drawn in black against a background of strong colors. The protrusion of the further eye is another characteristic and also gives a folk quality to the paintings. The Jaina miniature illustrations appear to have an ancestry in the temple murals of the Deccan and South India, painted from the 9th century onwards. Unfortunately, the range of such surviving murals is not sufficiently large for the ancestry to be clearly followed, but there is little doubt of a connection. Perhaps the dwindling of Jaina influence in the south led to arrival of Jaina monks with a taste of painting in Western Indian centers of Jainism. In place of murals, manuscript illustrations became the vogue. From the 9th to the 12th century in Bengal and Bihar, Buddhist manuscripts were also illustrated with miniatures, but they were of a different style, more akin to the Deccan murals than to those of southern India. The library at Nalanda was destroyed during the Turkish attacks, so the few such manuscripts which survived were preserved in Nepal. Stylistically, they have little in common with the Jaina miniatures of Western India. The introduction of illustrations in manuscripts may also be ascribed to the relaxing of the more severe puritanical habits associated with Jainism, a step in keeping with the mood of the times. The need to preserve the Jaina scriptures led to a vast amount of transcribing from older texts and the writing of fresh ones based on the old. The palm leaf was long and narrow, and the consequent paintings were fitted into small square, which accentuated the squat appearance of the figures. By the 15th century, two major changes had occurred in the Jaina miniature paintings. Arab traders had introduced the use of paper to Western India, and Jaina manuscripts were now being written on paper. The shape of the page changed from being long and narrow to a wide rectangle, which allowed a higher format for the paintings. The figures did not have to be squat, and the background could be more fully depicted. The copyists were not the illustrators, the paintings probably being done by trained artisans. The second innovation came via the Turks, which is the process of introducing Persian culture to northern India, brought with them books illustrated with exquisite miniatures by Persian artists who, among other things, excelled in the juxtaposition of colors. This was noticed by the Indian illustrators. The flat, large spaces of red brick or blue, so common to early Jaina miniatures, now gave way to a greater range of more subtle colors, recalling the colors of early murals at Ajanta. This new type of Jaina miniature was to influence in turn Rajasthani miniature paintings of the 16th century and later. The most visible change in the Indian landscape brought about by the Turks was the introduction of a new architectural style, of which the mosque and the mausoleum were typical. The plan of the mosque served the requirements of the ritual of prayer in Islam and was at first an enclosed area where Muslims could congregate for prayer. It could be square or rectangular, open to the sky, with cloisters on three sides, interrupted only for entrances. The west wall faced by those at prayer was elaborate and contained prayer niches from which the Imam led the prayer, which were often covered with a series of small domes. A single minaret, or in later mosques, one at each corner, was used by the muezzin to call the faithful to prayer 5 times a day. The only parts of the mosque were not directly related to the ritual were the domes. These gave elegance to the building, of which the finest examples are undoubtedly to be found in Persia. The mausoleum at this date was equally simple, the tomb being enclosed in an octagonal or square-shaped room with a dome. The Turks brought with them the traditions of Arab and Persian architecture, particularly the latter. Persian features included the pointed arch, the transverse vault, the dome, and octagonal form of the building under the dome. These were all new to Indian architecture, where the arch was topped by a lintel or was rounded, and the towers of the temples were corbelled. The combination of the arch and the dome gave to Islamic buildings a distinctive character quite different from Hindu and Buddhist architecture. The increased use of concrete also allowed the covering of wider spaces than before. These two totally distinct styles gradually merged, though by no means completely, and this merging was due to the employment of Indian craftsmen. The latter was trained to use the Persian forms, which they modified gradually, and the ornamentation of the buildings was dependent on the techniques existing in India. Indian motifs, such as the lotus in various forms, found their way into the new buildings. These motifs were introduced together with the classic Islamic decorative motifs, the geometrical patterns, arabesques, and calligraphic forms. The earliest and most interesting example of Islamic architecture in India was the literal grafting of a mosque onto a temple at the site of the Quat-ul-Islam Mosque at Delhi. There was a 10th century Chauhan temple at the site. The central sanctuary of the temple was removed, leaving the cloisters along the four sides. The prayer niche was built into the western wing of the temple, and the temple was now ready for use as a mosque, as was to be the case with many other temples. However, the essentially Hindu treatment of the sculpture on the columns of the cloisters was unpalatable to the Turks who came to pray at the mosque. In order to hide this, a screen of 5 arches was built across the facade of the western wing. The Indian origin of these arches is evident in the use of corbelling instead of radiation voussoirs, and the decorative motifs, which are a mixture of the lotus scroll and Arabic calligraphic designs. This mosque was being constantly enlarged during the early period of the Sultanate and initiated the Pathan style of architecture, as this Indo-Islamic style is called. The Sultanate architecture underwent a change during the reign of the Tughlaqs. The simplicity of the lines, the reduction of ornamentation to a minimum, and the use of large stone blocks all combined to produce an effect of strength and austerity. The tomb of Ghiyasuddin displays curious features resulting from the fusion of Indian and Islamic styles. The arches are pointed and true, but there is a lintel functionally unnecessary across the base of the arch, presumably a relic of the Hindu arch. The Lodhis reverted to a more elegant style. In fact, their architects were so concerned with the aesthetics of proportion that the double domes was used. The walls of their building being extremely thick, it was difficult to decide where the balance of the dome should lie in proportion to the outer elevation and the size, or to the interior. The double dome solved this problem, since the outer dome conformed to the exterior proportions. A new type of decoration was introduced, again borrowed from Persia, enamel tiles. These on grey sandstone monuments were remarkably effective. Provincial architecture developed along the lines similar to that of Delhi, local modifications often conditioned by availability of building material. This was especially so in Bengal, where stone was not readily available and brick was more frequently used, although this led to lower buildings. Terracotta decorative work, which had been used to great effect in Buddhist buildings, continued to be used on mosques and palaces. Architecture in Gujarat and Malwa achieved a high aesthetic standard. Since the indigenous tradition was more alive here than in other areas and patterns were more willing to experiment with architectural forms. The impact of the new architecture was also felt in Rajasthan, where domestic architecture shows less sculptural confusion on the outside and certain ornamental features such as the use of enamel tiles, which would point to borrowing from the new Pathan style. The combination of Muslim and native techniques in architecture, particularly in mosques and mausoleums, was a considerable departure from the orthodox on both sides. The inclusion of what might have been regarded as essentially Hindu motifs, such as the lotus, escaped notice. This amalgamation symbolizes in many ways the nature of the Hindu-Muslim fusion. Despite the utterances of the ulema and the Brahmins and the court chroniclers who sought to preserve the separate identity of each, the graft took and it grew in quiet and unostentatious manner. In the last 50 years, many attempts have been made to prove that Hindu and Islamic cultures at no time approached any kind of fusion, and that over many centuries, when they lived side by side, Hindu and Muslims existed as two separate communities. This is a clear example of a case of historical back projection where sanction is sought from the past to justify contemporary attitudes. The concept that there was a separate community or nationality of Hindus and Muslims did not exist during this period. Had the Turks and Afghans preserved their foreign identity, and had they as foreigners constituted the majority of Muslims, the persistence of such a separate nationality might have been possible. But in fact, the vast majority of Muslims were Hindu converts. The argument for the reality of a separate nationality is drawn from the writings of the theologians and court chroniclers who consciously emphasized the distinctions between Hindus and Muslims because it was in their interest to do so. Sources such as these cannot be accepted uncritically, since their own prejudices are writ large in their attitudes. The fusion of cultures in any case cannot be judged by the writings of a prejudiced minority determined to hold aloof. It can only be judged by the cultural pattern of the society as a whole. From the pattern of society in the Sultanate period, it is evident that a synthesis of two cultures took place, although this synthesis did not occur at every level and with the same intensity. Furthermore, a pattern which emerged was to mature in the period subsequent to that of the Sultanate. The coming of Islam did not introduce major changes in political institutions, but as is evident from the development of the Bhakti movement, the challenge to the social pattern was intensified. Since caste loyalty was stronger than political loyalty, the real significant impact of Islam was upon the social structure and was seen in the creation of new subcastes and of new sects within those castes, most permeated with Islamic ideas. To this extent, the earlier pattern of assimilation of foreigners was repeated. In spite of its egalitarian philosophy, the influence of Islam did not lead to the disappearance of caste. The fact that Islam in India succumbed to and accepted caste society reduced the social dynamism of Islam. Where the sheikhs and the Sayyids, members of the high Ashraf caste, had caste status analogous to that of Dvijas, the threat to the caste system was slight. Authority and social prestige remained with the caste traditionally associated with power. The lack of vertical mobility in caste society isolated the caste, and by the same token isolated thinking within the caste. This made the Bhakti movement politically ineffective during this period. In subsequent centuries, however, the followers of Nanak, for instance, developed into an effective political community. But the traditional pattern of opposition to orthodoxy was to continue until the late 19th century, when the emergence of Indian middle class, as a result of various factors, a new social and political pattern began to evolve. End of chapter 13. Assimilation on Trial AD 1200 to 1526. This has been a recording from the book A History of India, Vol.1 by Romila Thapar. This reading has been carried out under the generous endowment of the B.L. Himawati Literary Arts Foundation. And I'm your reader, Citizens Hero of India. Our readings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, children, blind, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded audiobooks, a voluntary project for improving literacy in India. We sign off on this day, January 24th, 2025. We thank our listeners for tuning in. Bye-bye. Good evening. This is Citizens Hero of India. We conclude today on January 25th, 2025 with the final chapter in the history of India Vol.1, the book by Romila Thapar. Thank the listeners for tuning in. History of India, Vol.1, Chapter 14. The South conforms. AD 1300 to 1526. The Delhi Sultanate failed to establish an all-Indian empire, but its efforts to conquer the south had repercussions throughout the whole Indian peninsula. The kingdoms which emerged in the Deccan and in South India in the 14th century were the result of both the attempt and the failure of the Sultanate to control the southern regions. What happened in the north now had repercussions on events in South India. And vice versa, to a far greater degree than ever before. This was not limited to political events alone. The development of parallel institutions in many spheres was to make the similarities between North and South close. The ambitions of the Sultanate to control southern India during the 13th century, resulting at times in military campaigns, created an atmosphere of uncertainty. The innumerable smaller kingdoms of the peninsula continually wondered if it would be their fate that the Turks would conquer them. But this atmosphere changed in the 14th century, for the Sultanate had revealed its weaknesses. The Turkish governor of the Deccan revolted and established the dynasty of the Bahamanis, which was to rule the northern Deccan for 2 centuries. A decade earlier, the independent kingdom of Vijayanagar had been established further south, where once the Hoysala kings had ruled. The founding of the kingdom of Vijayanagara was also indirectly related to the failure of the Sultanate to master the peninsula. The dividing line between the Bahamani kingdom and Vijayanagara was the Krishna River. The conflict between Deccan kingdoms and those of the south, which had by now become almost traditional, was renewed in the 14th century. The conflict arising over the possession of the Raichur Doab, a fertile area between the Krishna and its tributaries, the Tungabhadra, which was also rich in mineral resources. Added to this was the lure of the diamond mines in Golconda, which each wished to possess. The political history of South India during the 14th, 15th and early 16th centuries was dominated by this conflict and the changing loyalties of the border kingdom of the peninsula. It was during these centuries that a new element was introduced into India: the Europeans, who came in search of trade. The Arabs had come to control not only the trade which passed through the ports they had established in Western Asia, but also that which they conducted further to the east. And this monopoly was a source of disquiet to the European traders. The adventurers and the occasional merchant who traveled to Asia, and these include men such as Marco Polo, Niccolo Conti, Athanasius Nicotin, Duarte Barbosa, brought back stories which were very tempting to European traders, who realized that if they had direct access to Asia without using Arab intermediaries, they would reap much higher profits. Thus, a steadily increasing stream of traders was attracted. With them came missionaries, the majority of whom were Roman Catholics. Among the pioneers, there was one country above all, Portugal, which showed great zeal both for trade and for making converts, following upon the discovery of Portuguese mariners of a new route to Asia via the Cape of Good Hope. It was in the closing years of the 15th century that the Portuguese arrived on the Malabar coast, and the colonies which they established, they hung on to with great tenacity till the very last. Within a few years of their arrival, they established themselves as serious rivals to the Arabs for the trade of Asia. At the opening of this period, South India was already well acquainted with Islam. Arab merchants settled on the west coast since 8th century had moved inland in search of trade. The concentration, however, was still greatest along the coast, where they were welcomed and respected and lived in communities such as those of Napilas or Malabar Muslims. They had a monopoly of the import of horses, and this rapidly brought them prosperity. A single horse fetched 220 dinars, and importation at the rate of 10,000 per year led to affluence. Ibn Battuta, visiting Malabar in the 14th century, mentions the existence of innumerable mosques along the coast, each the nucleus of a flourishing Muslim community. The assimilation of Islam in South India was a smoother process than in the north, since the Arabs were traders and not contestants for political power, and consequently were not concerned with maintaining a separate identity. The campaigns of the Turkish rulers under Malik Kafur in 1311 took the army of the Sultanate as far as Madurai, and this resulted in a state of confusion in South India. On the evacuation of Madurai by the army of the Sultanate, the ruler of Quilon, Malabar, took his armies across to the east coast, annexing the territory as far as Kanchipuram, and so enabled the south to organize itself against further attacks from the Sultanate. These alliances were not, as has been suggested in the past, directed primarily against the Muslims. The ruler of Quilon was too dependent on Arab trade to consider such a possibility. Rather, it was an anti-Turkish stand, since the Turks were foreigners in South India and were seen as a threat to the established coastal trade, without which the maritime kingdoms of the south would have been a grave disadvantage. North of Kanchi, the retreating armies of the Sultanate left the field open for the rise of new kingdoms, an opportunity which was seized by the founders of both the Bahmani and Vijayanagara dynasties. The founder of the Bahmani dynasty followed the familiar pattern of a governor revolting and declaring his independence of the Sultanate. Zafar Khan, appointed by the Sultanate at Daulatabad to govern Deccan, proclaimed himself king of northern Deccan with the title of Bahman Shah. But Bahman Shah's ambition to extend his kingdom south to Madurai was thwarted by the emergence of two new kingdoms, Warangal in Andhra and Vijayanagara south of the Tungabhadra. An expedition against Warangal led to the latter agreeing to pay an annual tribute, which was in later years to become the cause of continual conflict, with the Bahmanis sending expeditions against Warangal to exact tribute whenever it refused to pay. Attempts at subduing Vijayanagara also resulted in a series of wars between the Bahmanis and Vijayanagara, and also involving the surrounding kingdoms, which switched their alliances from one to the other as seemed more expedient. The Bahmani kingdom was more involved with the peninsula than with the Sultanate. In the course of its campaigns in Warangal, the army of the Sultanate took prisoners two local princes, Harihara and Bukka, and brought them back to Delhi, where they were converted to Islam and later sent back to the south to restore the authority of the Sultanate. In this, the two princes succeeded, but the temptation to found their own kingdom proved irresistible. In 1336, Harihara was crowned the king of Hastinavati, modern Hampi, the nucleus of what was to become the Vijayanagara kingdom. In addition, the two brothers took the most unusual step of reverting to Hinduism. This might have been even more difficult than acquiring a kingdom, for their conversion to Islam had made them outcasts, and by existing caste laws, readmission to caste status was impossible. But Vidyaranya, a locally respected religious leader, not only readmitted the brothers to caste status, but removed all taboos by explaining that Harihara was in fact the vice-regent of the local deity Virupaksha, and therefore that which had divine sanction could hardly be questioned. In effect, Harihara was as much a Hindu ruler as any other, his position being unchallenged owing to his political power. The Vijayanagara kings were conscious of this initial handicap with which the dynasty began, and much of their patronage of religious institutions may have been motivated by a desire to appease religious authority, lest the apostasy of the founder be used against the dynasty. It has often been asserted that the rise of Vijayanagara represents a Hindu revival in the south, but there is little evidence for this. Royal patronage was responsible largely for embellishing older temples and building new ones, and was not concerned with the stirring up anti Muslim sentiments as might have been expected of Hindu revivalism at that period. The Hindu kingdoms did not form an alliance against the Muslims, and the kings of Vijayanagara did not hesitate to attack Hindu kings whenever they felt them to be an obstacle, as often happened with the smaller southern kingdoms, as for instance in the war against Hoysala in 1346, when success made Vijayanagara preeminent in the south. Haryara planned and built the city of Vijayanagara, the city of victory, near Hampi, and in 1343 it became the capital and gave its name to the kingdom. But Haryara's kingdoms were surrounded by enemies, the kings of Andhra, the coastal kingdom, and later the Bahamanis, who were to become recurrently a northern enemy of Vijayanagara. A permanent enemy necessitates elaborate defense preparations, and these in turn require a large reserve of wealth. Revenue had to be increased, and in order to do this, forests were cleared and new land settled, while the existing land tax system and the collection of revenues made more efficient. Large irrigation tanks were built and dams across rivers involving considerable hydraulic engineering were constructed. Incomes was thus increased for the additional expenditure on the expanded armies. Cavalry was improved by importing horses in large numbers and encouraging Turkish mercenaries to join the Vijayanagara forces. The standing army was increased and a stricter check was kept on feudal levies. Conflict between Vijayanagara and the Bahamanis was unavoidable, and hostilities began in 1358, with both kingdoms claiming the Raichur Doab. The boundary kept shifting according to the outcome of each campaign. Vijayanagara secured its southern frontiers by conquering Madurai in 1370, while the east coast kingdoms Orissa and Warangal proved to be more difficult. The capture of Goa by Vijayanagara was strategically important apart from the revenue it brought from trade. Had the east coast also fallen to Vijayanagara, it would have been possible to maintain a coast-to-coast control with only the northern frontiers to defend. This would have prevented any active interference by the Bahamanis in southern affairs. In the latter half of the 15th century, the Bahamanis developed a more positive policy both in domestic affairs and in interstate relations. This was largely due to the efforts of the minister Mahmud Gawan. The threat of attacks from Malwa was reduced by its expulsion from the northern borders of the Bahmani kingdom with the aid of Gujarat. Soon after this, Gawan captured Goa from Vijayanagara and trade was diverted back to the Bahmani kingdom. Vijayanagara also suffered reverses along the eastern coast with the kingdom of Orissa, which for a brief period extended its power as far south as the Kaveri Delta. Dynastic complications added to the confusion until in 1485 a change of dynasty led to the Saluwa family occupying the throne. The administration of the Bahmani kingdom was ruined by an internal crisis which Gawana tried to prevent but to which he eventually fell victim. The Muslim nobles of the Bahmani kingdom were split into two factions. The Deccanese were domiciled immigrants and local converts, and the Pardesis, literally the foreigners, who were in temporary service or recently arrived foreigners. The latter, more enterprising and successful, were resented by the former, and there occurred an uncalled for massacre of the Pardesis by the Deccans. Gavan, however, was regarded as a Pardesi, and an assassination was the only way in which his power could be curbed. The Deccans assassinated him in 1481 and assumed complete control, a control which was made all the more effective with the death of the king in the following year and the accession of a minor. The rivalry between the Deccans and Pardesis was more than just a local political faction fight, as it precipitated a serious internal crisis which caused the power of the Bahmani kingdoms to dwindle. Provincial governors increased their strength until the suzerainty of the Bahmanis was nominal, and the latter's powers was further undermined by repeated attacks from the armies of Vijayanagara. In 1538, the old Bahmani kingdom gave way to 5 new kingdoms: Bijapur, Golconda, Ahmednagar, Bidar, and Berar. The Bahmani kingdom was in many respects similar to the Sultanate. Its income came overwhelmingly from the land, and the administration revolved around the assessment and collection of land revenue. The kingdom was divided into 4 provinces, each under a governor who collected the revenue and raised a fixed number of troops for the king, and who in addition had the power of making civil and military appointments, which often led to the governors regarding the province as their own domain. Continual wars called for an unceasing supply of troops, which prevented the king from interfering too frequently in provincial administration. Normal checks, such as transfers and inspections, had to be dispensed with in wartime, and the eventual fragmentation of the Bahmani kingdom was virtually inevitable. The death of Gavan ushered in the decline of the Bahmani kingdom. But for Vijayanagara, this was the period of its greatest power in South India, particularly during the reign of Krishnadeva Raya, 1509 to 1530 AD. The Bahmanis made a final attempt to annex the Raichur Doab in 1509, but Krishnadeva Raya drove them back and advanced to the heart of their kingdom. This in itself might have ended the Bahmani rule, but Krishnadeva Raya reinstated the Sultan, realizing that the retention of a Bahmani king would prevent the provincial governors from declaring their autonomy, and that one weak Bahmani king was better for Vijayanagara than 4 smaller but strong kingdoms. The Bahmani ruler, knowing that his chief prop was the Vijayanagara king, did not attack the latter. Thus, the status quo was maintained during the reign of Krishnadeva. This policy was to have fateful repercussions later, for it led to an alliance of the 5 kingdoms which succeeded the Bahmanis against the Vijayanagara. Krishnadeva conquered the east coast in a brilliant campaign against Orissa. On the west coast, he maintained friendly relations with the Portuguese on a basis of mutual assistance. Krishnadeva was dependent on Portuguese traders for horses, the horse trade having come into Portuguese hands, and the Portuguese trade with South India was generally dependent on the prosperity of Vijayanagara. The Portuguese tried repeatedly to draw Krishnadeva into political alliance against Gujarat and the Bahmanis, but he refused to commit himself. For him, the Portuguese were primarily the supplier of horses, and he wished not to be involved with them politically. The 5 kingdoms of the northern Deccan were biding their time, biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to attack Vijayanagara. The opportunity came in 1564 when 4 of them united to attack and destroy the southern power. But they unintentionally cleared their way for their own destruction. The south lay exhausted, and in the north of India, new power had established itself, the Mughals, who were in turn preparing for further conquests. The peripheral kingdoms continued their uncertain existence. The Malabar coast was dotted with small principalities ruled by both Hindu and Muslim rulers, surviving on the western trade. Of these, Zamarin of Calicut, claiming descent from the old Perumal rulers of Kerala, was the most powerful. Their strength was based largely on the fact that Calicut attracted trade from both West and East Asia and from Yemen, Persia, the Maldive Islands, Ceylon, Java, and China. The coming of the Portuguese, however, altered the relationship between these principalities. The Pandya kingdom on the opposite coast was very unstable and was repeatedly conquered only to re-establish itself again. A portion of the older Pandya kingdom, the area of Madurai, was declared the independent kingdom of Malabar in 1334 by a local Muslim governor, but by 1364 it had been incorporated into the Vijayanagara kingdom. While the maritime kingdoms were dependent largely on trade, the larger kingdoms inland derived the major part of their revenue from the land. The economy of the Vijayanagara kingdom continued the Chola pattern, obtaining its income from agriculture and trade. The administrative structure had become more stratified and more closely connected with the pattern of the economy, a tendency which had begun to emerge in the Chola period. The pattern was now broadly similar to that of northern India, except that the larger volume of trade in the south maintained a proportionately larger number of towns, mainly concentrated in the coastal areas. Commenting on the economic structure of Vijayanagara, for now, Nunes writes, quote, "This king, Chitra, has foot soldiers paid by his nobles, and they are obliged to maintain 6 lakhs of soldiers, that is, 600,000 men and 24,000 horses, which the same nobles are obliged to have. These nobles are like renters who hold all the land from the king, and besides keeping all these people, they have to pay their cost. They have to pay to him every year 60 lakhs of rents as royal dues. The lands, they say, yield 120 lakhs, of which they must pay 60 to the king, and the rest they retain for the pay of soldiers and the expenses of the elephants, which they are obliged to maintain. During his feasts and almsgiving to his temples, all these captains, who are thus, like renters, must always attend his court. Of those whom this king always has about him, and by whom he is accompanied in his court, there are more than 200. They are obliged to always to be present with the king and must always maintain the full number of soldiers according to their obligations. For if he finds that they have a less number, they are severely punished and their estates are confiscated. These nobles are never allowed to settle in cities or towns because they would be there beyond reach of his hand. They only go thither sometimes, but a concession is granted to the kings that are subject to him, namely, They do not go to court unless they are summoned, and from their own cities they send to him their rents and tributes. And he wishes to please his captains or persons from whom he has received or wishes to receive good service. He gives them scarves of honor for their personal use, which is a great honor. And this he does each year to the captain at the time they pay him their land rents. This takes place in the month of September, where for 9 days they make great feasts. These 9 days the king is paid all the rents that he receives from his kingdom, for as already said, all the land belongs to the king, and from his hand the captains hold it. They make it over to the husbandmen, who pay 9/10 to their lord, and they have no land of their own, for the kingdom belongs entirely to the king. Only the captains are put to charge on account of the troops for whom the king makes them responsible and whom they are obliged to pay in the way of service. End quote. The system of farming revenue to the highest bidder was also known. This was not restricted to agricultural land alone, but was applied to places of commercial value as well, as for example the vicinity of the city gate at Vijayanagara, where the merchants could congregate. Of this, Nunes writes, quote, "For through this gate all things must enter that come into the two cities, since in order to enter the city of Bisnagar, there is no other road but this, all other roads meeting there. This gate is rented out for 12,000 pardons each year, and no man can enter it without paying just what the renter asks, country folk as well as strangers. In both these cities there is no provision or merchandise whatever, for all comes from outside on pack oxen, since in this country they always use beasts for burdens. And every day they enter by these gates 2,000 oxen, and every one of these pay 3 vintees, except certain polled oxen without horns, which never pay anything in any part of the realm." End quote. There was a large variety of taxes which went into the making of the national revenue. Despite the revenue from commerce, land tax remained the most substantial single source. A detailed land survey and assessment was conducted during the reign of Krishnadeva, and the tax rate was fixed between 1/3 and 1/6, depending on the quality of the land. Commercial taxes consisted of levies, duties, and customs on manufactured articles of trade, and this added up to a substantial amount, as also did tax on property. Those engaged in non-agricultural professions had to pay a professional tax. Private owners of workshops paid an industries tax. Special dues on marriages and others raised for temple requirements were listed under a social taxation scheme. A periodic military contribution was used for maintaining forts and garrisons. Judicial fines were an additional source of revenue for the state. Finally, free labor could be exacted for specific projects, such as the building of an irrigation tank. The villages continued to be largely isolated and self-sufficient, but parochialism intensified by the practice of processing local produce on the spot. For instance, sugarcane grown in certain village could only be pressed in a mill located in that village or certain specified nearby villages. To take it elsewhere was not only illegal but almost taboo. However, there was one rural institution which tended to break the isolation of the village, and this was the local fair. Fairs were held frequently and were not merely occasions for disposing of surplus produce, but were a means of bringing villagers and townspeople into contact. The tradition of village councils familiar to the Tamil country was still maintained in the Brahmadeva villages. In the other villages, the councils were slowly disintegrating under the changing system where the effective power was falling into the hands of the grantees. As in the case of northern India, there was a tendency for caste loyalty to assume more significance than political loyalty in a given area. This resulted from the diminishing strength of the cultivator class and the increasing importance of the landowner, the temple, the mata, and the secular grantees were the owners of land in effect, and this land was worked by hired laborers and tenant farmers. The former were paid a seasonal wage and they could in principle move from village to village, though in practice this was hardly feasible owing to the closely knit structure of each village. The tenant farmer paid a fixed rate of 1/2 to 3/4 of the value of the crops to the landowner. The mobility was also restricted. Rural credit was still largely in the hands of the temple authorities, who gave loans to individuals or villages. Interest on loans ranged from 12 to 30%. Where a debtor could not pay back the loan, the temple took over his land. The temple continued to play an important role in rural life. It was the largest employer in the village, finding work for a variety of persons. It was often the biggest single landowner and consumer in an area. It encouraged rural development through projects such as buying wasteland and settling a community of weavers on it, or supervising irrigation schemes. All this added to the wealth of the temple. That it could command both money and power naturally led to its becoming the focus of influence in the area, and this further strengthened the ties between the monarch and religious authority. The status of the artisans, whether in the towns or villages, remained largely unchanged from the Chola times. The smiths and carpenters were high in the social scale, whilst the weavers and the potters, although equally essential to community life, occupied a lower position, as also did the oil pressers, toddy drawers, toddy being the fermented juice of the coconut, and the leather workers. The artisans were organized in guilds, but the artisan guilds worked for powerful merchant guilds who had effective control over goods produced for exchange and as such were virtually regarded as employers by the artisan guilds. Merchant guilds continued to have a wider sphere of operations than the artisan guilds as they had had in the Chola period. They were also the financiers and the distributors of the articles of trade. These were limiting factors on the independence of the artisan guilds. Inland trade tended to remain local, although its area was being gradually enlarged. The Arabs in overseas trade served alike all the various parts of the subcontinent and the increased mobility of Indian traders was beginning to be felt towards the end of this period, though this mobility was still confined mainly to the coastal areas. Economic power gave the merchant guilds a position of political importance in the country, which was manifested in their influence at the court. Innovations in taxation policy and related matters, for instance, were discussed with the guild leaders, and they gradually came to represent public opinion. The power of the merchant guilds counterbalanced that of the landowners and the officials at the court. The Chettis were almost the best known merchants and middlemen who operated the Mysore, Andhra, and Madras region and maintained the traditions set by their forefathers during the Chola period, as do their descendants to the present day. Some migrated to Southeast Asia and continued the family business overseas. The state was fully aware of the potential wealth to be had from overseas trade. Krishnadeva refers to this in his Telugu poem Amukta Malyada. Quote, a king should improve the harbors of his country and so encourage its commerce that horses, elephants, precious gems, sandalwood, pearls, and other articles are freely imported into his country. He should arrange that the foreign sailors who land in his country on account of storm, illness, and exhaustion are looked after in a manner suitable to their nationality. Make the merchants of distant foreign countries who import elephants and good horses be attached to yourself by providing them with daily audience and presents by allowing decent profits. Then those articles will never go to your enemies. End quote. The fear that the trade might be diverted to the enemy was an important consideration of Vijayanagara. Friendly relations with the Portuguese were maintained precisely for this reason. Foreign traders were given facilities and concessions, few goods being subject to dues, which were not heavy. Custom duty varied from 2.5% to 5% of the sale price of the goods. The duty on imported cloth and oil was higher, 10 and 15%, in order to discourage their import, both being locally produced. The maritime principalities along the Malabar coast undermined the income which would normally have gone to Vijayanagara, since the former were the first to receive the consignments and charge taxes. In periods of prosperity, this was probably only a marginal loss to Vijayanagara, but in periods of depression, it could be a grievous burden. Imports into Vijayanagara included gold and silver bullion, elephants from Ceylon and Pegu, the Bahmanis having cut off access to North Indian elephant trade, and horses, which had originally been supplied by the Arabs, but the supply of which the Portuguese controlled in the 16th century, when they captured the Arab ports from where the horses were shipped. Spices came from Southeast Asia. Heavy textiles such as velvets, damasks, and satins were imported from Jeddah, Aden, and China. Exported goods went chiefly to Persia, Africa, China, and Ceylon, and included rice, sugar, coconut, millet, dyes, cinnabar, henna, indigo, myrobalan, Sandalwood, teak, pepper, cloves, ginger and cinnamon, cotton cloth, and printed textiles. Although the carrying trade in Indian ships had declined, the shipyards in the Maldives islands still built a few large ships for long sea voyages. Indian ships, according to Conti, were larger than the Italian ships, and smaller than the Chinese. Chinese vessels were the finest of all shipping visiting Indian ports, as they were built for long voyages through dangerous seas. Traveling by ship was tedious, since the average daily run was some 40 miles, and there were frequent stops at ports along the coast. The journey by sea from Calicut to Ceylon took 15 days. Ely, Calicut, and Quilon were the most frequently visited ports, with ships coming from trading centers of both east and the west. Foreign trade demanded a great use of currency in preference to barter. There were many mints in the Vijayanagara kingdom, each provincial capital having its own. Coins were elegantly designed and were minted in a mold with legends in Kannada and Nagari script. In addition to local issues, foreign coins such as Portuguese cruzado, the Persian dinar, Italian florin, and ducat were also in circulation in the coastal areas. The material prosperity of the upper classes did not result in the cultural sphere in innovations and experiments in form and idea. On the contrary, they conservatively held to existing patterns. This led to a staleness in conception and a concentration on unimportant details as typified in the architecture of the time. An entire city was built in Vijayanagara with lavish temples, but what remains shows that it was characterized by sumptuous and rich ornamentation. Stone constructions gave way to brick and plaster buildings, which lent themselves more easily to elaborate ornamentation. Pillars became blocks of statuary. Temple worship involved a variety of rituals requiring a cluster of shrines. The gopurams or gateways became the dominant feature of the temple. The major temples acquired an open pavilion, the Kalyana Mandapam, where the wedding of the god and the goddess were ostensibly celebrated. At the same time, further north, the great dome of the Gol Gumbaz and Golconda was built and was acclaimed as an outstanding engineering achievement. It had made no impact on the Vijayanagara architecture. The kings of Vijayanagara were said to rule on behalf of the Shaivite deity Virupaksha, and thus royal patronage strengthened the existing popularity of Shaivism in the peninsula. By now, the devotional cult was recognized part of Hinduism, and its center of activity had shifted from the Tamil country to Mysore and further north and west to Maharashtra. Gnanadeva was amongst the early Maharashtrian saints who recited the Gita in Marathi. He was followed in the 14th century by Namadeva, who uncompromisingly attacked the worship of images and whose following included a wider cross-section of people than that of earlier Maharashtrian preachers. His teaching was more radical and closer in spirit to that of Kabir and Nanak. A significant concession to the growing strength of the Bhakti cult was made by Krishnadeva, who extended his worship to Vithoba, a popular deity associated with early bhakti teachers in Maharashtra. The regional languages, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, and Marathi, were fully accepted and mature, although most of the literature in these languages, excluding Tamil, consisted of adaptations from Sanskrit originals, particularly the epics and the Puranas. They were becoming the media of cultural transmission for which the Bhakti movement was largely responsible. In the northern Deccan, the Bahamanis had introduced Persian and Arabic, which made this region closer linguistically to the Sultanate. In Malabar, another language had acquired an independent status, Malayalam, spoken in the state of Kerala today. Originating as a dialect of Tamil, the political isolation of Malabar from Tamil Nadu, and the infusion of linguistic forms brought by foreigners led to its developing independently of Tamil. As was the case in northern India, Sanskrit remained the language of learning in certain sections of society. Court circles encouraged the writing of historical narratives and biographies of the Hoysala and the Vijayanagara kings. Commentaries such as that of Sayana on the Vedas attracted the attention of scholars. Hemantri spent a major part of his life writing commentaries on the Dharma Shastras, with interpretations which tally closely with those of his northern contemporaries. The contribution of such writings to the advancement of social institutions was, however, small. Culturally and intellectually, Vijayanagara marked a static period in South India. Riches flowed in from trade and from the land, and life of the upper class was comfortable, if not luxurious. The assimilation of Islam took place unobtrusively, and the so-called Hindu revival did not lead to any dramatic conflicts, intellectually or otherwise. That there was a conscious Hindu revival is extremely debatable. It would be more valid to attribute the patronage of Hindu institutions under the kings of Vijayanagara to the fact that this was the only substantial kingdom ruled by Hindu kings who were rich enough to endow Hindu institutions. Something similar, but on a smaller scale, occurred in Rajput kingdoms of Mewar and Marwar. But if there had been a real Hindu revival, there would certainly have been an indisputable sign of this, at least in the sphere of religion, and these are conspicuously lacking in the culture of Vijayanagara. The importance of Vijayanagara in the history of the peninsula lies in the fact that it encouraged the evolution of a pattern which, although of independent origin, was nevertheless broadly in alignment with the pattern of northern India. This did not come about through deliberate design, nor was it purely accidental. Such a development occurred because a similar feudal pattern emerged both in the north and in the south. The emergence of regional cultures within a common framework of similar institutions resulted in the growth of local loyalties and divisions. Nevertheless, there was a common unifying bond in the general similarity of the various cultures. Those who spoke Bengali could not understand those whose language was Kannada, but the underlying circumstances which had led to their separate vernacular languages were everywhere quite similar. Moreover, on the religious side, the Bhakti cult had released the same sorts of forces in both the north and the south, even though in its aspect of social protest, the The Bhakti movement was earlier exhausted in the south. The teachings of reformers such as Shankara and Ramanuja had, in one sense, unified the whole of India through the general diffusion of common beliefs. To the pious Hindu, the 7 sacred sites of pilgrimage included Badrinath in the Himalayas and Rameshwaram in the far south. Coastal trade encouraged the mobility of traders so that Gujarati merchants were not debarred from entering into competition with those of Malabar. Despite local diversity, there was now a common sense of similarity throughout the subcontinent, an atmosphere ripe for the establishment of an all-inclusive state. The 16th century brought 2 new factors into Indian history. The Mughals, who came by land and began by establishing themselves in the north, and the Portuguese, who came by sea to establish themselves in the south and the west. Both these new factors were to shape the course of Indian history. The Portuguese by striving to win a monopoly of the overseas trade of India, the Mughals by founding an empire. Though the Portuguese failed, the Mughals succeeded. And between them, they carried India into a new age. End of chapter 14. The South conforms AD 1300 to 1526. This is a reading from the book History of India, Vol.1 written by Professor Romila Thapar. This is a reading recording by Citizen Zero of India on the 25th of January 2025. Our reading recordings by Citizen Zero of India are available on the Citizen Zero of India YouTube channel and Voxel on your audiobooks. Podcasts available on Spotify app. Our reading recordings are made for the benefit of the reading disabled, the blind, the children, and everyone else interested in our selection of recorded audiobooks. These reading recordings are a voluntary project for the improvement of literacy in India and are distributed freely and freely accessible for everyone. Citizen Zero of India reading recordings are made possible through the generous endowment of the BLA Marathi Literary Arts Foundation. Thank our listeners for tuning in this evening on the 25th of January 2025. Thank you. A reading from the History of India, Vol.1, the book by Professor Romila Thapar, read by Citizen Zero of India. In this recording, we cover the chronological table and the glossary used in the book. Stay tuned. The chronological table. One of the problems in ascertaining the chronology of events in ancient India is the uncertainty of accurately dating the various eras which were in use. Most of the important dynasties of the earlier period used their own system of reckoning, which resulted in a number of unconnected eras. Among these, perhaps the most familiar are the Vikrama era, 58 to 7 BC, the Shaka era, AD 78, and the Gupta era, AD 319 to 20. Knowledge of these eras is based on epigraphical and literary evidence. Buddhist sources generally reckon from the year of the death of the Buddha, but unfortunately, there are three alternative dates for this event. Although it is more usual to use alternative dates for this event: 544 BC, 486 BC, and 483 BC. Although it is more usual to use either of the two latter dates, there is nevertheless a discrepancy of 3 years. The accounts of foreign travelers are sometimes of assistance in calculating eras, as they provide a means of cross evidence in dating. The confusion of eras became worse after the 10th century AD. The various regional kingdoms adopted their own eras. However, the Turks and their successors from the 13th century onwards uniformly used the Islamic system of dating in the Hijri era of AD 622. BC. BC 2500. The Harappan culture. 1500 BC. The migration of the Aryans to India. 800 BC. The use of iron, the spread of Aryan culture. 600 BC. The rise of Magadha. 519 BC. Cyrus, the Achaemenid emperor of Persia, conquers parts of northwestern India. 493 BC. Accession of Ajatashatru, the king of Magadha. 486 BC. The death of the Buddha. 468 BC. Death of Mahavira, the founder of Jainism. 413 BC. Shishunaga dynasty. 362 to 321 BC. The Nanda dynasty. 327 to 325. Alexander of Macedon in India, or between 327 and 305 BC, Alexander of Macedon in India. 321 BC, accession of Chandragupta, the founder of the Mauryan dynasty. 315 BC, the visit of Megasthenes to India. 268 to 231 BC, the reign of Ashoka. 250 BC, the Third Buddhist Council held at Pataliputra. 185 BC, decline of the Mauryas, accession of the Shanga king in Magadha. 180 to 180 to 65 BC, Demetrius II, Indo-Greek king of the northwest. 155 to 30 BC, Menander, the Indo-Greek king of the northwest. Sorry, 180 to between 180 and 165 BC, Demetrius II, Indo-Greek king of the northwest. Between 155 and 155 to 130 BC, Menander, Indo-Greek king of the northwest. 128 to 110 BC, rise of Satvahana power under Satkarni. In 80 BC, Mawas, first Shaka king in western India. In 50 BC, Karavela, king of Kalinga. Anno Domini 50 BC to AD 100, Roman trade with South India. 50 AD, mission of St. Thomas to India. 78 AD, accession of Kanishka, Kushana king of the northwest. 150 AD, Rudradamu, the Shaka king ruling in western India. 86 to 114 AD, Gautamiputra ruling the Satvahana kingdom. 114 to 121 AD, Vashishtiputra ruling the Satvahana kingdom. 319 Around 319 and 320 AD, accession of Chandragupta I and establishment of the Gupta dynasty. 335, accession of Samudragupta. 375 to 415 AD, Chandragupta II. 405 to 411 AD, visit of between 405 to 411 AD, visit of Fashian. 476 AD, birth of Aryabhatta, the astronomer. 505, birth of Vadamihara, the astronomer. 500 AD, Hun control over northwestern India. 606 to 647 AD, Harshavardhana, king of Kanauj. 630 to 644 AD, Huansang in India. 600 to 630 AD, establishment of Pallava power under Mahendravarman I. 608 to 642 AD, establishment of Chalukya power under Pulakeshin II. 620 AD, defeat of Harsha by Pulakeshin II. 642 AD, defeat of Pulakeshin II by Narasimhavarman, the Pallava king. 712, Arab conquest of Sindh. 736, founding of Dilika, the first city of Delhi. 740, defeat of Pallavas by the Chalukyas. 750 AD. Pala dynasty founded by Gopala in eastern India, 757 AD. Defeat of Chalukyas by Rashtrakutas, 800 AD. Shankaracharya the philosopher, 814 to 80 AD. Reign of Amogha Varsha the Rashtrakuta king, 840 AD. The rise of Pratiharas under King Bhoja, AD 907. Parantaka I establishes Chola power in South India, 985 to 1014 AD. Rajaraja I extends Chola power, 997 to 1030 AD. Raids of Mahmud of Ghazni in northwestern India, 1023. Northern campaigns of Rajendra Chola, 1030. Al-Biruni in India, 1050 AD. Ramanuja the philosopher, 1050 AD. 1077. Embassy of Chola merchants to China, 110 AD. Rise of Vishnuvardhan and Hoysala power, 1192 AD. Prithviraja Chauhan defeated by Muhammad Ghuri at the Battle of Tarain, 1206 AD. Establishment of the slave dynasty under Qutbuddin Aibak, 1211 to 1227 AD. Reign of Iltutmish, 1265 AD. Reign of Balban, 1288 1293 AD. Marco Polo's visits to South India, 1296 to 1316. Reign of Alauddin Khalji, 1302 to 1311 AD. Malik Kafur campaigns in South India, 1325 to 1351 AD. Reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq and Ibn Battuta in India, 1336 AD. Founding of the Kingdom of Vijayanagara, 1345. Founding of the Bahmani Kingdom, 1357. Firuz Shah Tughlaq in power, 1414 to 1450 AD. Rule of Saids at Delhi, 1411 to 1441. Ahmad Shah ruling in Gujarat, 1421 and 1431 AD. Cheng Ho's visits to Bengal, 1451 AD. Accession of Bulhul Lodi at Delhi, 1440 to 1518. Kabir, a leader of the Bhakti movement, 1469 to 1539. Nanak, a leader of the Bhakti movement, 1485 to 1533. Chaitanya, a leader of the Bhakti movement, 1481. Assassination of Mahmud Gavan, 1498. Arrival of the Portuguese in India, 1509. Rana Sangha of Mewar in power, 1509 to 1530. Krishnadeva Raya, the king of Vijayanagara, 1526 AD. The first Battle of Panipat. That concludes the chronological table in the History of India Volume 1 book by Professor Romila Thapar. This is a reading by Citizen Zero of India. History of India Volume 1 by Professor Romila Thapar. Reading by Citizen Zero of India. This recording, a reading of the glossary. For the book. Spelling. Diacritical marks in the transliteration of Indian words have not been used in this book. For those who are unfamiliar with these marks, it is difficult to become accustomed quickly to their use. Furthermore, the Indian words referred to derive from Sanskrit, Tamil, Arabic, or Persian roots. Each of these languages has its own system of transliteration And to use each of these systems would create unnecessary complications for the reader. Consequently, the standard form of transliteration has been adopted. Pronunciation. The pronunciation of the words listed below is comparatively simple if each word is split into syllables and then pronounced. Acharya, teacher. Advaita, without a second, a philosophical system of monism. Agrahara, royal donation of land or village to Brahmins. Agnikula, the family of Agni, fire, from which certain Rajput clans claim descent. Ahimsa, non-violence. Ajivika, a heterodox sect of the Buddhist time. Alvar, Vaishnavite hymnodists of the Tamil devotional cult. Amatya, official designation of civil governor frequently used in the Gupta period. Aranyakas, Vedic texts traditionally composed by forest hermits. Artha, prosperity and well-being, one of the four aims of Hindu life. Arthashastra, the theory of political economy, also the title of a book on this subject by Kautilya. Ashrama, refuge, also the four stages of life. Ashvamedha, horse sacrifice. Ayukta, official designation frequently used in the Mauryan period. Banjaras, tribe of caravan traders. Banjaras. Banya, a trading community. Bhagavata, a cult of devotion to Vishnu. Bhakti, devotion. Bharatanatyam, a classical dance form named after Bharata, the author of a treatise on dance, the Natya Shastra. Bharateshvara, Lord of Bharat. Bhokta, one who enjoys, and therefore a term used for those who enjoy the revenue rights over certain lands. Bhukti, an administrative unit of a kingdom. Bodhisattva, one who works for the welfare of the world and voluntarily postpones release from rebirth, also regarded as an incarnation of the Buddha prior to his own birth in the world. Brahman, the first in rank among the four castes of Hindu society. Brahmacharan, celibate studentship, the first of the four stages of life. Brahmadeya, revenue from a villager or land donated to a Brahmin. Brahmanas, Vedic texts dealing with rituals and sacrifice. Brahmi, the earliest known and deciphered script of India. Chaitya, a sacred enclosure. The term was later used for Buddhist places of worship. Chakravartigal, Chakravarti, emperor or universal monarch. Chandala, a group from amongst the outcast section of society. Chandravamshi, belonging to the lunar race of royalty. Charvaka, a heterodox sect of the Buddhist time following a materialist philosophy. Chataka, a unit of weight. Chaudhry, a village officer. Chetty, Chettiar, merchants. Daivaputra, son of heaven or of the gods. Danda, the force of punishment. Dasa, slave. Desha, territory or administrative unit. Devadana, revenue donated to a temple. Devadasi, slave girl of the gods, used with reference to the women dedicated to a temple. Devanagari, city of the gods, the script in which modern Sanskrit and certain other Indian languages are written. Digambara, a Jaina sect. Dharma, piety, morality, or the religious and social order. Dharmashastras, texts on laws relating to society and religious observances of the Hindus. Doab, the area between two rivers. Dvija, the twice born, referring to the three upper castes of Hindu society, Brahmin, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, where the first birth is the physical birth and the second the initiation into the caste status. Adipati, special land, the revenue of which is kept aside for maintaining irrigation tanks in South India. Fakir, a religious mendicant. Garbhagriha, womb house, the sanctum sanctorum of the Hindu temple. Gayatri, the holiest of the verses of the Rig Veda. Gatika, a college for higher studies, generally in Sanskrit. Ghee, clarified butter. Grama, village. Guru, a teacher or spiritual guide. Hinayana, one of the two major Buddhist sects. Imam, the person who leads the prayer in the mosque. Ekta, the grant of revenue from land or from a village. Jana, people, subjects. Jati, subcaste. Jizya, a tax paid by non-Muslim subjects of a Muslim ruler. Jital, a unit of measure. Kahapana or Karshapana, a coin either in gold, silver or copper. The silver coin of 57.8 grains was commonly used. Kakini, copper coin of 2.25 grains. Kalpa, a day of Brahma equivalent to 4,320 million earth years or 4.32 billion earth years. Kali Yuga, the fourth and final age of the Aeon. Kala Mukha, a Shaivite sect. Kama, desire. Kapilaka, a Shaivite sect. Karkhana, workshop. Karma, action or deed, and also the theory of conditioning one's future birth by the deeds of the present or previous lives. Kayastha, a subcaste of medieval origin. Khalsa, pure. In revenue terms, it refers to crown lands. Karoshti, a script used in northwestern India deriving from Aramaic. Khatri, a subcaste of medieval origin. Kotam, an administrative unit. Kula, a family. Kumaramatya, an official designation. Kuram, an administrative unit. Kshatriya, The second in rank among the four castes of Hindu society. Lingam, the phallic symbol worshipped largely by Shaivites. Madhu, sweet, also the name of a type of mead. Madrasa, school attached to a mosque. Mahabharata, one of the two major epic poems of ancient India. Amakshatrapa, great governor, a title taken by rulers of Northwest in the early centuries AD. Maharaja Dhiraja, great king of kings, an imperial title. Mahasamata, the great elect, referring to the person elected as the ruler on the basis of the Buddhist theory of social contract as the origin of government. Mahasamanta, the great vassal. Mahasenapati, commander-in-chief. Mahayana, one of the major sects of Buddhism. Man, a unit of weight. A mandala, theory of interstate alliances where one neighbor is a natural enemy and the other a natural friend. Mandalam, an administrative unit. Manigramam, a guild of merchants. Mantra, charm or spell, or a verse with religious connotation. Mata, a center of education and hospice attached to a temple. Matsanayaya, Matsyanyaya, a political theory where in a state of anarchy the strong devour the weak. Maya, illusion. Mimamsa, one of the six major philosophical schools of ancient Indian philosophy. Mlecha, impure or sullied. Mohurs, coins current at the time of the Sultanate. Moksha, salvation, one of the four aims of Hindu life. Muezzin, the person who calls the Muslims to prayer 5 times a day from the mosque. Munsif, an official designation of the Sultanate. Mukti, the recipient of a grant of revenue or a provincial governor. Nadu, an administrative unit. Nataka, dance or drama. Nagara, style and architecture developed in central and northern India. Nagaram, local councils in urban areas. Nanadeshi, a powerful merchant guild. Nayanars, Shaivite hypnotists of the Tamil devotional cult. Nirvana, release from rebirth. Nishka, a unit of value in the early period. Later the term was used for a coin. Nyaya, one of the 6 major philosophical schools of ancient India. Pali, a Sanskrit-based language in which the Buddhist scriptures were recorded in Ceylon. Pan, betel leaf. Panna, a coin sometimes identified with the Karshapana. Panchayat, a council of 5. Panchakula, the representative of 5 families. Parda, curtain used by extension to mean the seclusion of women. Pargana, an administrative unit. Pashupata, a Shaivite sect. Patwari, a village official. Peepal, the ficus religiosa tree. Pir, a person imbued with religious powers of a certain kind and associated with thinking similar to that of the Sufis. Pradesha, an administrative unit. Puranas, texts sacred to Hinduism composed in the 1st millennium AD and containing traditional material referring back to an earlier period. Purohita, chief priest. Qazi, Muslim legal expert. Quran, the sacred book of the Muslims. Rajaguru, royal priest. Rajasuya, special sacrifice performed by the king. Rajuka, an official designation used in the Mauryan period. Ramayana, one of the two major epic poems of ancient India. Ranaka, a feudal lord. Rasa, emotion. Rashtra, country or an administrative unit. Ratnin, jewel, one of the 12 persons given a special place at a particular royal ceremony. Sabha, an assembly. Samanta, vassal. Samiti, an assembly. Sangha, the Buddhist order. Shankya, one of the 6 major schools of philosophy in ancient India. Sannyasi, ascetic. Sati, a virtuous woman, one who has immolated herself on the funeral pyre of her husband. Seer, a unit of weight and quantity. Senapati, commander of the forces. Sarai, inn. Seth, merchant or trader. Sheikh, a Muslim or of high social status or a religious guide. Shakti, power. Shangam, literature of the early Tamils. Sharia, the legal code of Islam. Shatamana, a coin series. The silver issue which weighed 180 grains. Shikara, tower surmounting the temple. Shreni, guild. Shudra, the last of the 4 main caste divisions. Shunyata, non-reality, void. Shvetambara, a Jaina sect. Soma, the plant from which the intoxicant soma juice was prepared to be used in the Vedic ritual. Stupa, a tumulus-like structure containing the relics of the Buddha and others revered by the Buddhists. Suryavamshi, kings of the solar dynasty. Suvarna, of an excellent color, gold. Swayamvara, self-choosing, the ceremony by which a princess would choose a husband from among an assembly of suitors. Tanka, a coin used in the Sultanate period. Taniyur, an administrative unit. Tantric, a religious cult. Thakura, a feudal lord. Theravada, Buddhist sect. Ulema, Muslim theologians. Upanishads, philosophical and mystical texts included in Vedic literature. Uru, village assembly. Vaishya, the third of the 4 castes of Hindu society. Valanadu, administrative unit. Varna, color, used more commonly for caste. Vedanta, one of the 6 major schools in ancient India. Vihara, Buddhist monastery. Veena, a stringed instrument. Wazir, minister. Yavana, used in Indian sources for the people of Western Asia. Yoga, one of the 6 major schools of philosophy in ancient India. Yuga, an age of the world. Zenana, section of the house reserved for women. End of the reading of Glossary from the History of India, Vol.1, book by Romila Thapar. This is a recording by Citizen Zero of India. The rest of the book contains a reference to the quotations in each of the chapters 1 to 14, and a general bibliography, biographical notes on sources, journals, index. These readings are not included in this recording, but they are available. The book is available for download on the Citizens Year of India Public Library Telegram channel. Thank you, listeners, for tuning in.